anybody that isn't, yeah, that's not on Parcel, we've been streaming live fights for 3 hours. So that means like 6 o'clock in the morning for me. I'm getting my coffee ready. I'm watching, somebody from Russia ground and pound somebody else. But oh my gosh, I'm glad we weren't betting with real money. I would have lost a little bit of money today.
Yeah, yeah, Cozy was relentless with us today. Yeah. He he definitely got the better of us when it comes to those fight picks. I almost think he was cheating. I almost think like he may have known the fighters. I don't know.
Come to think of it, I haven't seen Cozy for a while, and then he shows up and takes all her money and disappears. I'm only now putting this all together. Wait, he just rugged us. Cozy.
That was funny whenever he did lose one. Like we're all like, "Run me my money, Cozy," and Cozy was like just quiet and then types leaves Parcel.
Oh my gosh, the bookie. Don't trust the bookie. Good morning, Jay. Welcome, welcome. This has been such an amazing morning to be a part of.
Hey, GM, everyone. Yes, quite amazing. Thank you guys for everything. I'm going to say thank you for probably the rest of time, but honestly, thank you guys for everything. I mean, yesterday I thought we were just going to test the video, and here we are running an event because of you guys putting this all together, uh, setting up the build, the promotional material. My God, you guys worked up some magic, and I couldn't be any more grateful for you two, Canessa and Sinful, for doing such an amazing job and bringing the community together to watch, MMA and to support the fighters that Bucktown supports and sponsors. It's quite amazing to see the support coming from Web3 and Decentraland. I'm in awe. I thought we were just going to test the video, like I said, and here we are with a group of people watching some fights and people battle it out from other countries and around the world. And it's cool to see that everybody's coming together from everywhere. And yeah, thank you guys so much. I don't know. I'm in tears. I woke up this morning, I saw the build, and I was in more tears. And Canessa, Sinful, thank you guys. You don't understand how much this means to me, and the fighters that you do support, they really appreciate it. Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Hey, we're always here to help you with anything you may need. We got to protect the good ones. So I guess what could you tell us about the two fighters? I guess we can mainly start with Valentina, who fought today. I believe it was the second bout of the fight card, and like wow, just rocked it out there. Like she was in her element. Her opponent was struggling.
Yeah. She's a beast. This is actually the first time I saw her fight live. I didn't know her prior to this fight. I met her through the manager that I work with. He focuses on international fighters. He doesn't manage uh, his company. I think they manage over 100 MMA fighters, and they're all international. He kind of has that same. He has the same ideologies as I do, and we like to support the fighters that come from, I guess a hard and tough upbringing, or oh, it's not easy for them to get to this pinnacle, and we just like to support those the people that need the support. Not that every fighter doesn't need the support. I think every fighter needs the support, no matter what socioeconomic background. But it's a hard thing to do. This sport is brutal. It's tough. It's every day. It's hard to do something like this and then perform in the cage. The fight that we see is the fun part. The thing that everyone watches in the stands, and just like us watching on the video is the fun part. You know, that's the luxury, that's the honor of getting into the king. My God, into the cage, and share this art with another person that has been trained in this art as well, and you express yourselves in this manner. That's the fun part. The hard part is the training, the everyday, the waking up, the grinding, the dieting, the not hanging out with your friends, the not making money, the everything. And I think that's something similar we all strive as artists as well. Like, we're always grinding, we're always working, we're always creating, and then sometimes the monetary value doesn't equate to the work we put in, but we still do it because we love it. And any support from any artist from everywhere can help a little bit. A little bit can go a lot of way. So, um, to answer your question, Valentina is a beast, and they, her and her boyfriend Alfredo, we sponsor and support them. They come from Chile. This is the first fight we've supported them from. Just to give you a little background, before this, with Bucktown, I stayed with local athletes, people from my area, Belleville, Newark, New Jersey, and we sponsored athletes around the local area. But since I moved, I wanted to try to expand that reach and try to support everyone from around the world. And luckily, I met with this fight manager that focuses on international fighters, and we linked up. And I think Valentina is now 6-0, and I think at least they plan maybe one or two more fights. If she wins, then she could probably get into the bigger leagues like the UFC. So her boyfriend Alfredo fights tomorrow, which will be streaming again. And thank you guys for that. So I honestly forget the original question, so I hope I answered that.
Yep, yep. You told us a little bit about Valentina, where she's from, kind of like a little bit of the background, being based in Chile. Yeah, you're right. It's very difficult to kind of to strive for your dream, especially when your dream is, being in a cage and fighting, um, there are a lot of like day-to-day hardships that they have to go through just to continue doing what they love. So yeah, thank you for sharing a little bit about Valentina. And yeah, loving these events, Jay. What's up? How, when can we have more events? Like, it seems like everyone was loving, just getting together, watching some fights, and just like, bonding basically over two individuals in the cage just battling it out. Oh, looks like we have a winner in the last fight. Perhaps. Let's see. Let's see.
It was fun trying to like pick the winners on some of these because it was like clear that if it wasn't like a knockout or a tap out, that like you know, oh, I lost money. I lost money.
Looks like Alex da Silva is the winner for the last fight. That's awesome. Alrighty.
So
Turning
it
down. Go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say, like Jay, it's awesome that this is something that you're kind of collabing with on the international scale because like Decentraland is so global, like more than we realize, I think. Because like I'd like to say the sun never sets on Decentraland because there's people all around the world who are always online. They're always awake. And so it just seems like such a perfect mix for this global audience to have like this promotional, the ability to promote on the global, the worldwide scale. Because as soon as I heard that Valentina was from Chile, I'm like, okay, where's our Chilean community? And to my knowledge, we don't have anybody. I don't think we have a Chilean community, but we have, like DCL Brazil, and we have like a DCL for specific countries. So I could see like if if we talked about next time if you have a fighter from Brazil, like Atro. I already talked to Atro. I'm like, hey, we might hit you up. Like it would be such a really cool way to work smarter, not harder, and like bring these fighters who are trying to make it, and we can kind of like amplify it a little bit. And watching one of the fights today, I was like, gosh, like I can't even imagine what this fight means to those guys. Like it's one thing, I think, being in, from the US, where if you want to be a UFC fighter, like it's one thing, but like these people, oh, they could do so much, make such a big difference in their life, I'm sure, to get into the UFC, like, or, any kind of avenue like that. So it's really cool just to see this coming.
Yes, absolutely. Well, one, to touch on the manager that I work with, he does focus on Latin America, and he does have he does manage a lot of fighters from Brazil. So that's definitely was something we're going to bring to Decentraland soon, once we find out who's coming next. So once those fighters from Brazil come up, we're definitely going to make an event for that, because I know that there's a big community for Brazilians in Decentraland. Um, the other thing is, yeah, if if for example, if a manager or someone works with a U.S. fighter, and they make for the UFC, just for example, UFC is the biggest fight event probably worldwide, except for one championship. They're probably both neck and neck. Um, if you get a contract with the UFC, you start with 5,000 to show, 5,000 to win, and that's just your first fight. And usually the contract is about 4 fights. If you lose your first two, you're out. That's how it usually happens, unless you bring a crowd. Um, so living in the U.S., 5,000 to show, 5,000 to win is going to last you like a month, 2 months. You know, 10% of that, 10 to 20% of that goes to your manager, 10-20% of that goes to your coaches. Now you're set. Now you're sitting with 6,000, and then taxes. So sometimes you're only walking out with like $4,000 for yourself. Then you got to pay rent, and then you have to eat. And you're on like a 3 month training camp, and you only get to fight 2-3 times a year. It doesn't go that far if you live in the U.S. with the U.S. dollar, especially the payments as a beginning pro. You start to make a little more money once you get into the top 20, top 10 field. Then you could make like 15 to show, 15 to win, or some fighters 30 to show, 30 to win. If you're like the top fighter, you're making millions. You're making 250 to show, 500,000 dollars, depending on the level that you're at. But in the beginning, even if that you make it to the UFC, it's still tough. It's still very difficult to make a living if you live in the States. We have a fighter that I used to train with. He just got into the UFC. He's young, but he still works. He's a fireman in Jersey City, and he fights. He fights 3 times a year, but it's still not enough for him to make a living because of how much he's getting paid in the UFC. He's only getting 5,000 to show, 5,000 to win, and he lost his last two, so he only got $5,000. Um, Now, on the other perspective of working with an international fighter, the U.S. dollar can stretch a very long way. So if a fighter from Chile or Brazil or another country, um, depending where they're from, I don't know the exact denominations of the value compared to the USD. Um, it can go a long way. Like $10,000 can go far further than $10,000 in the US. So I see why he does work with the international fighters and focuses on the Latin American countries, because the opportunities that it will provide for them and their families, and bringing them to the U.S. And I believe that Chile doesn't need a visa to come in here, so it's easier for him to transfer them to come in and fight for the UFC. So that's why he's focusing on some Chilean fighters and Brazilian fighters as well. But yeah, so the if we're talking about finances, it's it's more how do I say this? It goes with the U.S. fighter. It's tough because they're always looking for more and more money. And sometimes when the money gets involved, the glory part of it gets eliminated. And when I watch international fights, even one championship, and they're making millions of dollars, there's just a little more heart and a little more art involved in the fighters. Like, they put it all out there. Um, what I've noticed in international fights, and when I watch U.S. fights, I love U.S. I'm not saying I don't. I love U.S. I am not even mature enough to step outside of this country yet and try to relive my life. I love the U.S. I was born and raised here, but with the fighters, you could see them start to shy away a little bit to protect themselves. The entitlement comes in, just not in a egotistical way, but in a way to protect themselves, because they're a product. They're a product of this country, and they're a product of the business. So they have to protect themselves in order to make more money. So you start to see them not fight anymore, if you get what I mean. Like, I don't see a lot of these fighters get when they start to raise in their ranks. I see them become more and more hindered as a martial artist, and I see them start to hide a little bit, which isn't wrong. It's just a completely different game. And even the rule sets in the U.S., especially UFC, there's the rule sets cater to that fighter. So there's no stalling, if you guys understand what I mean. It's like you can stall, you can like run away and nothing will happen to you. But in certain events, like the one we watched today and One Championship, which is another international event, if you run away, you get a point taken away from you. So they encourage the fight. They encourage the artist to keep performing. Where in the US, they don't mind if you run away for 5 minutes and play tag. That's just because they want to protect their product. And although I do love the UFC, and the UFC is the highest paid event around the world, aside from One Championship, um, there's just something about amateur fighters and international fighters that I love to watch, because just watching them fight, you can see the heart, you can see them perform, you can see them put it out there, and they don't care what happens. They don't. I mean, everybody loves to win, they do, but you can see the ferocity behind their art, and so that's something that you can't teach. They're fighting to fight, they're fighting to survive, they're fighting to get out of whatever lifestyle that they're living in, and you can notice that between them and some U.S. fighters.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. I mean, I just like looking at the just recently going through the ambassadors program. I looked up like average annual salary in all of the countries around the world and just compared like to the countries on that list, India and West Africa. The average annual salary is $2,000 compared to the United States. It's $70,000, and so just like I don't know, it really hit home that we are, yeah. I mean, privileged, and even if we're even if we're working minimum wage and struggling, like it is a different, it's just a different world. And it's so cool to have the opportunity to, I don't know, my brain's just going like, okay, next one, who are we going to tap in with? Like it it's an opportunity I haven't seen before to just have this global reach of like, reach. Also, just this event, it was 6 o'clock in the morning my time, so I was up at 5:30 getting me coffee, getting ready to, like, oh, I wanted to sleep in. But then I'm like, oh my gosh, this is what Kenji does. This is what, Hankos does. This is what all of our friends overseas that like come to our parties at the time that works for us. This is what they're doing every day. Like people in Europe, people in, Asia, like it I don't know, it made me realize like I got to wake up in the middle of the night more often for some of their parties because it's so cool to see them here. But like even tapping in with them of like, hey, this, we actually have an event that like works for you guys today. Not so good for, for us, but I think that's really good.
Yeah, it was amazing to see everybody show up. I didn't have any expectations at all, nor did I even expect this event to even happen. So for the room to fill up with people from all over the world, to watch people from all over the world perform and go toe to toe, was just something amazing to see. And it all happened in Decentraland, and it all happened just in the palm of our hands. Um, and that something like that is priceless. And like you said, the bond that we've created just from watching this one event, and the people involved, the people that were here watching were very interested to ask questions. And I'm more than happy to ask those questions, because anybody that's interested in martial arts, that's just like I talk about like three things, and like martial arts is one of them, right? So if you want to talk about it, I can talk about it all day, especially at this level, and for people to understand what this is, because if you just come in, usually a high percentage of people will just think it's a spectacle, like a brutal raw type thing where it's just like a fight. But to me, a fight is love. It's art, and I genuinely love the whole toe to toe, the whole thing with every fighter, because each fighter's practicing a certain art in a different way to protect themselves and to perform and showcase their skills. And then here we are on a literal canvas, to watch them paint their picture. And to me, to watch that is priceless. It's priceless. Um, so for us to come together and watch that and ask questions about these arts, and like what art works more, or what are they doing on the ground, what strikes, like that's it's I love answering those questions, because it's just like if someone's asking you, hey, how do you do this on Blender, or how do you do this over here, right? Then you're happy to answer those questions. It's very similar, what do you draw with, or what pen are you using, what ink, what colors are you using to make this happen? It's the same thing. It's the same thing, and I am more than happy to answer any of those questions. And I couldn't believe I was just thrown back by the questions people did have asking about the fights, and super interested in it, because this is my world, and if I could talk about this all day long. So thank you for everybody that showed up today. Honestly, like I did not expect the numbers and the people to show up and expect this event. I'll repeat myself over and over again. Thank you guys for everything. This was an amazing day. Thank you so much.
Well, and I feel like I don't know, I'd love to talk about just the difference in the way that this event feels compared to like a party that we go to and listen to a DJ. Like I don't know, I'm sitting like last night when we were all just met together there and we were watching like what were we watching, like UFC fights from like 2007. So it was like,
Joe Rogan
the
had hair.
yeah. So that was actually really fun to like go back and relive all those moments. But like I don't know, there was something about last night and then this morning that was like so much more interactive than maybe like a party where I go and I listen to the music and I'm just talking to people. Like the fact that we were watching, like collectively watching something together on the screen and we can comment and I could lose my money, and Alpha down there is like boom, like I called it. Always bet on the Russian. Like but it was more, I don't know, it was cool. It was like more interactive, and I feel like maybe in maybe we need more of that in Decentraland, like more less passive, just sitting and chilling and talking and listening to the good music, but like maybe we need more of just like watching the ground and pound, whether it's watching fighting or other stuff. This just made me realize like it's just a very different feel. Like it was cool to again to like listen to people ask questions, and I wanted to answer, but I'm like, what? Jay's the expert. Like, Jay, what is it? Like, wait. So it was cool. Like, I think we need maybe more of that in Decentraland, like events that we can collectively experience together.
Yeah, absolutely. It was uh you know um I'll say this the nicest way possible, but violence is primitive in all of us, but when it's in a contained space and controlled as an art form, it's beautiful to watch. I always think martial arts, and any master would say, the intent behind it would make it what it is. If you're fighting with love, then it's love and it's beautiful to see. But if you're fighting with maliciousness, then that's a whole different animal. I think they call it demon demon hand, something heart. I forget what they call it, but like it's kind of like always good to know and never have to use it, but something, don't quote me, I'm bad on repeating quotes, obviously. um but like, yeah, there's something nice about it to watch collectively, and to help explain to everybody like how this stuff is not so brutal, and explain the sport of it, not just the art, but the actual sport of it, because it is different to watch, and it is some people don't get it, but I'm so happy that everybody came here collectively to like ask questions, and I think you're right. Maybe it is something we do need more. Um, and I'll do this as much as possible, because like it was cool to just sit back and watch old fights, and you can even see the evolution of the fight when you're watching older fights between styles and fighters as it evolves. So it's definitely cool to sit back and watch older events and get people more knowledgeable about what's going on, and just kind of another form of entertainment where we could all kind of sit back and talk about it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's got to be one of the oldest, probably just oldest sports or whatever you want to call it. Like I'm imagining that our ancestors probably got bored of sitting around the campfire and they're like, I don't know, like I'm a better hunter than you, and the other guy's like, no, I'm better, and like let's settle this way. And I think that also just you were talking about like the brutality of it, or like it's not hate. Like those fighters need each other. Like that's not a like you can't fight by yourself. That I mean, you can. That's where the real battle starts is in your head. But like they need an opponent, or there's no fight. So I think I don't know. Just it seems like that respect for each other, and you could really see that in the fights today. Like I mean, one guy got mad and like threw some fingers at the end, but the other guy that his opponent, he put him to sleep and he won the fight, and the first thing he did is go like lift the legs of his opponent to help him get back, help him recover. So that was really cool just to see that. So I mean, especially as a woman, like I know most women probably are like, oh, fights are scary and I don't want to see a woman fight, her face is gonna get all hurt. But I don't feel that way. So it was cool. One more
How about those?
question. Oh,
How
go
about
ahead.
those two knees that Valentina freaking laid out on her opponent, like right before the warning? Oh my God, I saw those two knees come in and I like felt them in my hips. I was rattled.
Yeah, something tells me those are like her go-to weapons. So Jay, I have a question just because she ended the fight so quick. And I don't know, I could be totally off base, but like as a female fighter, like is it harder to find opponents that are really well matched for your weight and kind of your skill level, like just because, there are less female fighters than male fighters?
Yes, naturally, it is harder for females to find an opponent um, at their skill level, at their match, right? So that's why it's important to be able to travel and go to different countries or even different states to find your opponent. Um, and that goes for all combat sports too. Like it's just size, and you know, a lot of women aren't fighting, but there are a lot of women fighting, if you know what I mean. But you just have to find them. The hardest part isn't the opponent, it's the partners. It's finding a partner to train with that's the same weight and almost the same skill level of you. Finding an opponent is difficult, but you just have to travel. You have to do your homework. That's up to your coach and your manager. But the training partners is the hardest part, even for men that are light, like say straw weight, flyweight, 135, 125, 115 fighters. It's harder for them to find because there's just not that many um, light fighters, especially in America. And going overseas is important because in countries like certain countries in Asia, the people are just typically smaller. And there's a lot more opportunity. That's why some of the weight classes are different, even in other countries. Not too long ago, the U.S., even UFC, it was just 155. That was the lightest weight class maybe 15 years ago. Because the opportunities just weren't even there, and there was no female fighters at all. So to see it evolve, then they opened up the weight classes. Then there's 145, 135, 115 straw weight, and then they opened up the female aspect of it. Because the sport's constantly growing. So to see it keep growing is amazing. But yes, absolutely, there's definitely a huge disconnect with trying to find training partners, especially for females at that weight class and skill level. It's hard. It is definitely a challenge, and that's why a lot of uh, managers will work with different schools so people can cross train. Cross training is very important. And as long as you have a good coach behind you, he's going to be okay with cross training. Um, Typically, New Jersey, New York, where I was raised, cross training is like unheard of. People are very territorial with their fighters. For whatever reason, I don't know. It could just be a New Jersey East Coast thing. But outside of the country and in even other states, like even though I came here to Vegas, everybody cross trains. So it's important to cross train because of those, exactly what you said, the difficulties trying to find opponents and difficulties trying to find training partners at that weight and at that gender. It's tough. It's tough, but as long as you have a good coach and as long as you have a good manager and good support, it'll work out. It'll work out.
I think you need to come back on be on the NFT again, or just have like an AMA, an MMA AMA.
Sure, no problem. Mew broke my mold. Um, I am very this space broke my mold. I cannot. I am not good at public speaking at all. I get very nervous. My palms are sweating now just speaking in front of you guys. And we shoot the shit every day and we talk all the time, but just speaking gets me extremely nervous. For whatever reason. But yeah, like the first Mew Monday, I couldn't tell you. I felt it. I felt so nervous before that event. It was like I was like, my God, I get punched in the face in front of 5,000 people. I don't care, but I'm gonna hear him speak in front of 20, 30 people inside a metaverse. I'm not even gonna see them physically. I'm so nervous. So I'm definitely up for it. So um, yeah, whenever you guys want to set that up, I'm definitely up for that again.
That's what we can do. We can have public speaking battles and just like
I'll lose. I will lose. I am already quitting.
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, Mew has a way of getting people out of their comfort zone. Because the first time he asked about a space, I'm like, hell no, I can't do that. But I actually did take public speaking in college because I was so shy, and I knew I needed to like learn how to be a teacher. And it was, oh my god, yeah, like my body would just go like full chills. Like I couldn't feel my feet or my hands, and sweaty, and but then I don't know, then you find you just find a way, whether you think you can do it. I mean, I still wanted to throw up like the first few times we had these spaces, and I'm like okay now, but Jay, like if I go on somebody else's space, it's full, it's just back to ground zero. So we can do the difficult things.
So
For
Jay,
real.
it's kind of interesting how you noticed, or how you mentioned that, like, for some parts of the U.S., cross training between gyms is kind of like something that is not done or not allowed between gyms or stuff like that. I kind of got a sense of that yesterday when we were watching The Ultimate Fighter all together, and Jariah Faber came in, and TJ and Jariah just started arguing. And TJ made a comment like, "Oh, you just kicked me out of your gym because I wanted to go train with someone else because it would have been better for me for the upcoming fight." And then he made the comment of like, "You're just mad I didn't make your gym any money." So I guess the them being territorial over fighters may even come down to kind of those aspects.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. And not to say that doesn't exist everywhere around the world, but in metro city areas, it seems to be more territorial. I just think naturally, maybe because everybody has higher taxes. I don't know, but it's definitely territorial in certain areas. Coming from New Jersey, New York, it's definitely territorial. I even trained at Alpha Male, which was Uriah Faber's camp, for for about 3 weeks, and the energy felt the same, like very territorial. My fighter, my fighter. My fill in the blank ownership. Uh, that does happen in this world, um, but it's just very heavy in the metro city areas for whatever reason. But yeah, so to watch that yesterday in Ultimate Fighter, they the producers know what they're doing, right? They know who to put in on the show, which will create drama, money, territory, all this stuff gets involved. So they know what they're doing. They put in the right people in the right place to make a good show.
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. I do enjoy those Ultimate Fighter, the series. Uh, you really get to know the fighters a little more, and you also get to see some like amateurs learn and get better, like as they train with these professionals. So
Yeah, for sure. That shows that was the turning point for UFC or MMA, and especially UFC. That was the turning point. The Ultimate Fighter show, because it brought it to the masses, where they got to get to know the fighters a little bit. You got to see what they go through, and of course, drama's involved. And the first season, they set it up like a reality show, right? They filled up the cabinets with alcohol, like they let them drink, like they set it up, right? So producers knew what they were doing to get everybody involved and get all the eyes on it. But it did its job. It did its job, and it's definitely entertaining to see because, like you said, you get to know a little bit more about the fighter. Aside from the dramatic aspect, which we sometimes enjoy, it's good for the sport. It's definitely good for the sport.
that's wild. That the producers would like fill the cabinets with liquor. That's funny. Like kind of trying to like recreate like a Jersey Shore, but like with professional fighters. Oh man, some of those Jersey Shore fights. I can only imagine if they were professional fighters. That would have gotten nasty.
Oh yeah, exactly, exactly. Uh, I had a couple friends on the show. I had a friend on the show, and this was when they had the alcohol and stuff like that involved. Like, and he's one of these kids. He's just born different. He drinks, he smokes, but he just goes out there and smashes people. Some of these fighters, I just don't get it. Um, Coming from an amateur into the pros, like I always thought that everybody's eating clean and everyone's doing the right thing and very punctual with their training. And then I get to the pros and I see like 60-70% of them like just jacking around, drinking, smoking. And I'm like, oh my God, like these people are just some of them are just animals, not all of them, but some of them are just animals. I just could never understand how or why they would do that. But some people are just born different, especially in the earlier days of MMA, where it wasn't so evolved. Like if you were just a tough dude and you were a tough fighter, like you would be able to make it to certain leagues and get paid a higher ticket price than others just because you're able to fight. So I had this friend on the show. His name is Jeff Lentz, and he was just a beast. And he would like drink during training camp, and I just didn't get it. Like he was my teammate, and all of a lot of my other teammates would be like, "What's wrong with this kid?" But he goes out there and just wins. I didn't get it. Eventually it caught up. It caught up eventually, obviously, because that could only go so far. That is nothing I would ever tell any of my students or anybody that does martial arts to do so. But there's some of those kids that just are born different, and they beat the odds, and that's something special. That's very special. But if you don't change your habits, you're not going to be able to make it to where you could be or where you wish you could be. So sometimes feeling like you're unstoppable or unbreakable isn't. You need to be humbled once in a while. You need to be humbled once in a while, and I think MMA does that. But sometimes, even at this pinnacle, like there's people that smoke, there's people that drink, people do drugs, and they still win. And then there's people that could stay straight edge, stay very punctual with the training, work hard, eat healthy, and lose. And that's the hard part for fighters to see. It's like, How come I'm doing all the right things and I'm not getting the high ticket fights? And this kid's out and my teammates out here smoking cigarettes, and he's in the UFC. And that boggles some people sometimes. It did for me. I'll tell you that it did for me because I came from a background of alcoholism, and I struggled with that and drug addiction early in my career when I was younger, and then I changed my habits, and just to change my habits to go back to see these people that I'm trying to be do the same thing I was doing, and it was really mind-boggling to me, especially in my early 20s, because I just didn't get it. I didn't get it, but obviously as I got older, I did. Um, so it's they feed the beast. So on the show, they load them up with alcohol, they load them up with smoke, and they see who's gonna stay strict and who's not gonna be. I think it was like a test. On top of the entertainment aspect, I think it was just a test to see if fighters would go back to their old habits and stay straight to be an ultimate fighter, right? Because to be a fighter just doesn't take just being a tough fighter. My point, you just can't be tough. You have to have the discipline. You have to have the discipline. You have to eat healthy. You have to do the right things for yourself because you also still want to be a role model for the younger generation. You don't want to show these kids that like, oh, I'm unstoppable. It's okay to smoke cigarettes and I could still win and make it to these levels. So you still want to keep yourself healthy because that's at the end of the day, people look up to you and kids look up to you, especially now that it's at this magnitude. Everybody's watching fights. It's very common. And if the next generation sees that you're jacking around and you're a champion, then that doesn't make you a champion at all. It doesn't make you a champion at all.
Yep, you are right. Yeah, your students are, I always say it, they're so lucky to have an individual such as yourself that has like been there and has seen it, for many years. And, you could be there to kind of guide these young individuals into whatever it is that they want to accomplish. Before I pass the mic and say hello to Brandon, could you tell us a little bit about the giveaway that you have going on and finish up with just a few details about Alfredo and tomorrow's fight?
Oh yes, absolutely. No, the giveaway's fairly simple. Take a pic of you inside the build that Canessa and Sinful created, the beautiful build that they created. Post it on Twitter, tag Bucktown, hashtag Bucktown, and we will choose a winner to win the Bucktown Brawler set, which is 2 pairs of gloves, a vest, and an emote. Um, Now, as far as Alfredo, he's 8-5. He's like we said before, he's a Chilean fighter. It's actually Valentina's boyfriend. He's a little bit older. I believe he's 34 or 35 years old. He's 8-5, and he too is similar to how I was back when I was 35 years old. He's coaching. He's training kids. He's helping out. He has a place. He has a place that he trains all these kids in Chile. Um, so he's not only just competing, he's also coaching at the same time and showing the next generation that they could do this too. And it's quite inspiring to see that even at his age and his record, he's still doing it because record doesn't matter. I think people get that twisted where it's like, you have to be undefeated or you have to have a great winning record. It doesn't matter what your record is, as long as you could go out there and perform, send the right message to the next generation, and have fun out there. That's what's important. And to see him do this and to be able to watch him again tomorrow is going to be an amazing feat. Like just to show everybody that you can still do this and what this is all about, and teaching the next generation what it's all about. So my hat's off to Alfredo, and I am so excited to watch him fight tomorrow.
Yes, I'm very excited as well. By any chance, do you have a tweet that you made for your giveaway so that I can pin it up at the top?
I did not. I'll do that now. I should make one now.
All right.
Well, actually, I did. But
Do
not
you know how to
specific.
pin tweets up at the top?
I don't.
DM it to me and I'll pin it.
Okay, maybe I'll make one specifically for the giveaway, and then I'll send it to you.
All right, sounds good. Yeah,
All
do
right.
that. Do
Thank you,
that, and I'll
man.
pin it to the top and share it around. Thank you, Jay, and now I guess we'll pass the mic over to our friend Brandon. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Sports.
Sports,
Sports.
action, live.
Hey. I just think it's cool as fuck that, normally DCL we tend to be the music and party, but sports has been a huge part of human culture since like Nam. So it's just cool that we have a subject matter expert in a dope ass field being able to talk us through, and like I don't know, it's cool as fuck. This whole side of DCL, it's like not new, but it's back and it feels good. I just want to say that. I love you. You're doing great.
We doing it, Mr. Krabs. We doing it. One of the comments that really hit this morning, I think, uh, I can't remember whose tweet it was. I know they're in here probably. They're probably gonna tell me, but it was the tweet said, "This has been the most fun I've had in DCL in a long time," and that one just like hit me right there. Like, oh yes.
Because like a lot of us in the community, we're all, all of us know each other by now, and we have a lot of other cool side like hobbies and interests that we're all into in the world. So like that's what I think this is the perfect thing for DCO, because we can all just come hang out and watch this one thing for a little while. Cool. On to the next one. Like Jay's doing fighting. I'm a lacrosse person originally, so I could totally see me doing a lacrosse watch party eventually. Or, like just those little niche sports, not niche, but like sports totally could have a huge venue in DCL. So if anyone here is like a huge sports nut for your sport, start a little sports club. Treat this shit like after school programs for high school, because we can just hang out after and chill after work and during work.
When DCL book club, Brandon.
I haven't read a book since sixth grade, so you're asking the wrong motherfucker.
What's your favorite chapter of Art of War?
The one where he says Americans are crazy because they don't follow their own rules.
But wait, I thought Art of War was written before America was a thought.
I just work here, dude. See, I don't know. Hi, Jared.
Oh, that's interesting. What do you do?
No.
Oh man, it fucking when PV asked you that, I was just done. I was done forever.
Yeah, my
We're
my normal tagline when shit goes down, like I don't know, I just work here because whatever. And then one time PB asked, he's like, "Oh, what do you do?" And no one's ever asked me that, and it fucking hit me off the side. I was not ready for that. So yeah.
yeah, that was hilarious. So what you been up to, Brandon? I know we hang out a lot, and I haven't seen you in 2 days, so that's like a long stretch of time, probably.
Yeah, I started college a few days ago, took my first classes, and then just settling in Arizona. I'm in Arizona, by the way. Hi, friends. Cactus.
Bro, you have cactuses everywhere. I think you could possibly like monetize those cactuses. There's just so many of them that you could probably like put them in a
No one's
pot or
gonna
something
notice a
and like
few
mail
cactus
them.
missing. I'm
Start
a sick
slinging
cactus out here,
cactuses, dude.
motherfucker.
Or cactuses like other plants, like weed plants, where like you could like clone them and shit, like cut a piece of it off and like put it on the ground and it'll just grow.
Yeah, there's like a whole field where they cut sections off a different cactus and then plop it on there and like tie it down, and it'll grow with that cactus, and you can make different sections of it.
I feel like cactus might be good for burns. No,
I'm gonna
no, I'm
make
just
cactus totem
kidding.
poles.
You may be onto an idea there. We'll talk on the back end on how to incorporate DCL with your cactus totem poles.
Yeah, I'm just excited for tomorrow for this fight. This is sick as fuck. I'm gonna even show my uncle, like, just sit back and watch a fight in DCL. That's sick. I'm excited.
Yep, yep. I know that like for your time, they do start a bit earlier. Two, what is it, like 2 p.m. UTC, 6 a.m. your time, I believe. But if I'm not mistaken, Jay, you did mention that Alfredo's card or fight might be a little bit later in the card tomorrow, correct?
Yeah, I believe right now he's fight number 7. So even if he started at 6 to whatever time you start at in the morning, Pacific time, 6 a.m. East Coast, 9 a.m. He wouldn't go on until a little later. So fight 7 would probably be a little bit past the halfway mark.
Nice, nice. So yeah, it's a possibility that you and Unk can join in on the fun, Brandon.
Let's go. Sport.
Sports, bro. Like like these are the things that I want to see on Decentraland. Just different experiences for different everything. Like you just mentioned, like if you love lacrosse, and you know some lacrosse people, like let's get them in here. Let's talk to them. Or even if it's soccer, I think there has been soccer actually, or is La Liga. They had soccer, right?
Yeah, there's a couple different soccer venues in DCL that I think have streamed soccer over the years.
Okay. They need to continue doing that.
Yeah, I don't know if they did it in 2023, but I think in 2022 for sure. And I know like there was also like they blogged about it, I think in like 2021 that also did some soccer stuff.
I think it was early 2023 because I just know the wearable correlated to the year of the rabbit, and so, but I don't know. I feel like since like spring, didn't see them again because I was thinking about buying their pass because you could, because it came with a free wearable. That now you know how to get me. Just free wearable. I'll buy your pass. Okay, I quit. I go back to quiet.
uh, but like yeah, I mean, definitely these experiences need to are what will amplify Decentraland. The mix, and of course mixing in the music, the talk shows, the mini games, and all that and whatnot. So Jared, good morning. How are you?
I'm pretty decent. How are you, sir?
Pretty good, pretty good. I mean, despite being on like 3 hours of sleep and like waking up earlier than usual, like I'm pretty pumped after the fights. Like nothing like just people beating up on each other for me to get my adrenaline running, I guess.
Hell yeah! I mean that's the sign of some good fights. Quality entertainment gets you engaged. I'm just here to talk about the big DG news. I feel like that's the biggest news in the metaverse this week. But I'll wait until anyone else is you guys are settled in with your fighting and all that.
Yeah, once we've settled down now with our fights, go
Yeah, no,
ahead, Vanessa.
these fights feel good, man. These fights feel good. Like Valentina, yeah. Like I like. Let's go. Now we get to talk about the other fight. They hit a little different.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a lady, but I feel like female MMA is empowering for women. Like, watch that lady break that lady's face with her knees. Like, like that feels empowering. Like, the whole like women can do anything men can do. Like, yeah, watch that lady intimidate the hell out of you because, like, that lady would crush me, which I think I'm into, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, Mariana is my training partner, and I don't know. All I can say is like we were inspired after today. We're gonna just kind of like we were here, and now we're gonna go to here. We're just gonna like up our training regime,
I'm
and
gonna go pro.
yeah, we're gonna go up all the way.
Yeah, Jared, you just mentioned a knee. I mean, Valentina, I never want to get like kneed by Valentina ever after watching those two strikes. I have them in my head just flashing back just so I never get in a situation where like Valentina is in front of me and I'm just like, you know what, Valentina, I want to feel a knee, like knee me in the thigh or something. No, it's just not gonna happen.
Dude, Muay Thai fighters like that, they like when they break things with their shins. That's the thing that always like blows my mind because like if I like rub like just mildly hit my shin against something, I'm like, oh no, I gotta sit down. But like you just watch people like just kick each other, like kick bamboo as hard as they can, and you're just like, I am a coward. I have
Dude, no protection, just starts kicking freaking plantain trees down with their legs and stuff like that. Like I know what you mean. Like for me, if I were to like kick something and hit it with my shin, I'd probably like Conor McGregor where like it snaps and kicks myself again
yeah,
type
exactly.
thing. But yeah. So so Canessa, I guess I'll allow you to kick off the DG talks. I know that DG has done some stuffs. I guess I personally don't know how I feels about it, but I'm just a I'm a futter, I guess, when it comes to all that.
Oh yeah, I mean, I it's almost like it's too soon, or I feel like maybe like I'm the person that got need. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I gotta like maybe mentally process everything through DG. Still kind of understanding it. So like there was a AMA this week or a roundtable, and DG, yeah, let's see if I can butcher this really well. DG has the ICE token, the DG token, the XDG token, and you have to stake some of that to, and then you earn tickets and you shine and blah blah blah. Like there's just a lot. It's just way too confusing. Humans like simplicity, and so they are merging all of their coins into one coin. And I mean, come on, I cannot believe the title of this coin. They're gonna put it all into a coin called bag.
To be
And
fair,
I just need to know.
the
Am
name
I
is
holding like,
still up for debate to some degree.
oh yeah, I mean, I just need to know, am I holding like Dolce and Gabbana bags, or am I holding like a plastic bag that has Goodwill on the side of it? Because
Oh,
I just need to know what my bags are. Like, I'm holding the bags. I get it. I get it. I get it.
I did suggest that they make sure that like when they make this, if they make the change to bag, that the arcade where like in the arcade ticket where you can spend your badges you earn, that they get some like Louis Vuitton bags that people could like trade in for, because like I think there is an opportunity to like, because like yeah, I mean I don't know, because like Miles loves his memes. So like part of me thinks like, just have faith, like say what you will about some of the choices the teams made. Like when you hear Miles pitch the ideas, you're like, yeah, I love it. And then you get back and you're like, wait a minute. Are they mocking me as a bag holder? Like, are they going to leave me holding the bag? Like, there's a lot of bad bag
Yeah,
connotations for sure.
I think at this point, I think I deserve anything I get. I mean, I was a pretty early investor, and I don't know. I guess it's just karma. It's like you just, you're an idiot. Here you go. Live with it. Like,
Well,
enjoy it.
but,
Love it.
but I,
Because you're so.
but I think it can work because it is like memorable. It is catchy. It is the kind of name where you're like you're gonna remember it. And being memorable is often more important than necessarily being good. Like there is no such thing as bad publicity.
No, just like take that what you just said and then like put that in a fight. Like being memorable is better than or is like as or could be as important as being good. Like yeah, there's some memorable fights. I don't
Butterbean
want to
made
be
a
memorable.
career off of
I
it.
don't want to be like memorable as like, oh my god, that was the fight that like we had a bleeder and she just bled all over the ring.
Can you believe how many times that guy got punched in the face and kept getting up? That's amazing. That's how I feel as a DG investor and DCL investor for that matter sometimes. But yeah, no. As Kness was saying, they want to simplify the ecosystem because, like, as I've learned now, because like when I got that information, I was like on my phone at my like AFK IRL job with like just because in Vermont, like it's nothing but normies. Like these people barely use the internet, let alone like know what Web3 is. So like trying.
Oh no,
Oh,
I can't hear you. I think I'm rugging.
okay. Can anyone? I
I'm
hear you.
guessing
I
that
Okay.
hear her
Jared's talking.
flawlessly.
I hear you both.
So we don't really know
So
which one of us is rugging.
yeah. Can the other listeners hear Kness and Jared? Or the other speakers?
I haven't heard Knessa this whole time. I've just been patient and quiet and loving Knessa
Well,
everyone
then
say.
I guess that means
You
it's me.
you wait, you have not heard Knessa?
No, I miss her. I'll drop down. Love
Okay,
you
so
guys. I'm gonna drop down and
I
listen.
think
Yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah.
Knessa
Thank you
that's
for saying.
rugging.
Okay. I hear Knessa perfectly. She was making some good points about the thing, but if it's, I guess it must be her if Brandon can hear me. But but anyway, they as I've learned trying to like explain because like I was very I thought I liked the initial like idea. I agree that consolidating everything into one token, you know, merging their utility, I think that's a good idea. And especially when I tried to explain to people like what is a DAO, what is the DG, what is XDG, what is ICE, why it's confusing and why it's good. Like, yeah, I've been trying to explain DG to people for 2 years. So if I still can't do it concisely, it's probably a problem. But so it is a good thing to simplify it. I think there's definitely been some hiccups in the process because like when they didn't initially just say this like 6 ice will be worth 1 bag, 1 DG will be worth 2 bag. There were some hiccups there because like it does feel like often like the people who bought wearables and ice instead of just investing in DG kind of are can be treated a little bit like second class citizens from time to time. So I think consolidating everything into one kind of simple one token, one ecosystem will be good long term. And the other big announcement they kind of like got distracted in that was that they are like and they've been talking about it for a while, but they are like working on their own kind of like Decentraland fork. And like, I was like, Miles, well, like if you're gonna fork Decentraland, like why don't you just give wearable owners like some land in this, new DCL, DG fork? And he said, great idea. So I hopefully if you own a bunch of DG wearables, at the very least, you're gonna get a bunch of, DG, metaverse land to go with it. Which I think because like I mean, obviously the people here are, that's how I got into DG was via the metaverse. That's what I think is like exciting and interesting. So like if buying a $100, like right now I think that's what they were yesterday. Maybe now they're up to like 125, 150. But like if you can get like metaverse land in the metaverse of the thing that was the most popular thing in Decentraland at one point, it's kind of cooled off a little bit, depending on if all of those gaming players are gamers and not bots. At the other, it's so sad when I log in now and DG isn't the top visited thing in there because it's just like but regardless, those were also probably all alt accounts and bots too. So I've been living a lie my whole life. But regardless, I think that there is the reasons to be excited about it because like wouldn't it be dope to have like I've got 40 DG wearables? It'd be dope to have a 40 parcel estate, in the metaverse with right next to the casino or down the street. Like that'd be cool. It's not all bad news, but it is like change is always scary and like and and as much as like DG busts their ass and have been working very hard, like it's hard to appreciate their work when you look at the graphs and they've all just been slowly going down and to the right. But like if you compare, but like that said, as a person who has dabbled in other play to earns from the same genre, like DG's sad graph is it's better than Pegaxi's, it's better than like the Axie floor at their like
How about Steppen or the racing horses or like I don't know, like breeding unicorns?
yeah,
Like
Pegaxi
I
that one cratered. Like I don't know what Steppen looks like. I know there are still people who play it. I haven't checked their graphs, but
I mean, there's a lot of like they're still here. I mean, they could have left. Like I remember what it was, chain breakers. It was like a car racing game. Like they rugged hard. Like people were buying their the cars, and you bought that was a year in Decentraland, and I think they rugged before like right in 2021 or maybe early 2022. Like basically bye. Like we're out. We're done. And I mean that could have happened so
yeah.
easily at any point. Like they Like Miles was selling, OG wearables for like 4 ETH during the height of the bear market. So he could have been like, "Peace out. I'm gonna go get a pontoon boat and sit at Lake, Mead for the rest of my life." But he didn't. I don't
Yeah,
know.
like
Maybe I'm a sucker because I'm still here. But I think it's also worth noting that like one of the things that they're combating is the performance on Decentraland. And so like that is also part of the migration, is because it's hard to do what they want to do here. It's hard to build what they want to build here. And I think that brings us back to like the statement of taking the Explorer and like rebuilding it from the ground up. I mean, imagine, I guess, from DG's perspective, if you hear that, like everything's just going to be reworked from the ground
yeah,
up,
that's
I'd
terrifying. You're like,
probably
what do
be
you
like,
mean?
dang.
Yeah, it'd be very upsetting to learn that if I was. And that's the other thing is that like
Yeah.
there are times where like I'm the person coming to governance, be like, hey Ryan, did you hear that they're gonna sunset the current like browser stuff? And he's like, Jared, I asked someone there, that's not true. And then like we get here and it's like, I guess it's kind of true. It is. It's not like it's bad if I'm the person telling DG leadership DCL changes like that. Like there should be a direct line from Yamel to Miles and Ryan's desk, being like, hey, just so you know, this is what we're working on. And the other
Well, I
thing
think
is,
that would be. Oh, go
oh,
ahead.
and the other thing is if you do fork Decentraland, it's not like you're like you still get to benefit from all the work Decentraland does. You just have the option of when you merge it into your own metaverse. Like you take all the code and like because DCL's all open source, you can look at the GitHub and where people merge things, and you can go, oh, okay, they merged some new stuff, and it's been months now and nothing broke. Okay, we will take that. Thank you for QAing it for us, Genesis City. We will now take those cool parts that you did and we will incorporate that into ours. Like it's not like you don't lose all the benefits and all the work the foundation is still doing. Like you get to just now you just get to pick and choose and like wait and not just immediately get throttled with a change. Seems and like also like I actually don't think it's a bad thing for Decentraland. Like I think some people think of it as like abandoning Decentraland, but like Decentraland is intended to be kind of forked and used by people as they want. So it's not like it's not like abandoning DCL and spitting in their face either. It's like it's helping evolve it and showing other people use cases for the platform and the technology and the infrastructure.
Well, I think that we need to just buckle up and like I would just personally say like take the mind frame of like the next 6 months are just like this is our build time. Like let's say that we're a hotel, like beautiful hotel, and we're going to do a renovation or like we're going to take the tower down, we're going to renovate it, like we're going to rebuild it. Like there's going to be construction noises no matter where you are. Like okay, I was at the Disneyland Hotel a couple of years ago when they were building a new section, and it didn't matter where I was. If I was by the pool or in the hotel room, I could hear the construction. So I feel like Decentraland is kind of like that. Like we need, well, maybe a tab that says we're in beta phase. Oh wait, we are. So like maybe we need something that says construction, like we're starting from the ground up. But I think we kind of need to take that mindset of like we are rebuilding the Explorer from the ground up. Of course shit's going to break. Of course it's not going to work. If you don't like it, walk away. Go spend your time doing something else. I mean, if it's okay, then say dig in and build, but like there's going to be problems. There's just like a real construction site. Occasionally somebody's going to drop the fucking concrete on the ground and it's going to make a big noise and upset your vacation. I think that how it happens, that's the part that we, like, not us, but that's the part that people can control in other places, like the communication. I think that is the part that when things aren't communicated clearly, that hurts and it makes you feel powerless. And when you feel powerless, that's when emotions start riling. Like this week, you know, some of us were really surprised to see a proposal wanting to get rid of linked wearables, and that
Now,
really
that
hurt.
did
Like, yes, it was just the proposal phase, but it hurt. It felt like our power was taken away from us, even though it was just the poll. It has to pass 3 stages, but even just to find out about it that way, like I would propose that foundational changes don't start with that. Maybe it starts with like, hey, next week we're going to start submitting a poll, and these are the facts. This is why we think it's a good idea, so that by the time it's publicly like at the point where you can vote on it, like we actually know about it. Or maybe even if there's like a project that has a linked wearable out, that just got approved and we're like in the mix, like maybe they touch it, they tap in with those people and say, hey, we're about to destroy the thing that you just made, and how do you feel about it? Because to do it like blindsidedly public, it just starts eroding that faith that there's communication and that there's back and forth, and it takes your power away.
Absolutely,
And
and
then,
and you
that's
got to think, because
when
like a person like you're delegated a good amount of VP, you've got some land VP, like you have a say in the conversation. Like for example, like one existence, I know he was really like very frustrated, like, and like yeah, like the less VP you have, like the even more powerless you have, because you were just at the whims of like these other halves, while you as a have not are just like, I spent time telling people about this. Like I onboarded. I've done everything for you guys. I've given my blood, sweat, and tears, and now you're just gonna like kick me right in the the belly with it. It's just like, yeah, of course, like those people are. Like, though I didn't actually read that proposal, but someone had suggested in the comments. I think that its intention wasn't even to actually get rid of linked wearables, just to like turn them off for a minute and then fix it the way the servers work and turn them back on. Like it just felt like a very poorly, like you said, poorly communicated initiative to me, because
most things come back to communication. Like, honestly, think about it in your life. Most problems, like the breakdown is like the delivery, like how it's delivered, or how well the facts are given, or were people given the opportunity to like voice concerns. Like, legit, if communication thing, no matter if it's the DAO or your relationships, your friendships, like communication goes so far. And so I think that the DAO, I'm just like kind of mental. I guess you guys are seeing me like process through this. Like, it's wonderful that we have control in the DAO and we can like put this poll up and but at the same time, it's like it's a shock when you see that poll for something that you love, and all of a sudden it's like boom, like this could go away. And so I guess it's like another instance of like a decentralized metaverse where we get to like vote on stuff publicly, also means we have to process it publicly and find out for it the first time in a governance poll. And I know that like in my mind, I'm like, well, it has 3 stages to go through, but I'll tell you what, once it gets to that second stage, that's a whole lot closer to that third stage. And I've seen some that I'm like, nah, that's not going to pass. And all of a sudden, here
what
we are. It's
And the other issue
it's
I found with
governance.
Decentraland is that there are 3 stages, and the intention of there being 3 stages is so that an idea can get feedback, be developed, hear people out. But like in general, no one actually does that. Like very few people go to the DAO Discord to start one of the working groups to really like get feedback and make like a tight thing that unifies the group. They just have their idea, and they just, once it passes, they just keep forcing it through. And then other people will often vote for something, being like, well, no, of course they're not going to do the dumb thing. I'm imagining the worst case scenario. They're obviously going to be considerate and do it the right way. Like, no, that never happens. Like, people are people, and they just do the thing they want. And it's like, I don't know. It's frustrating, the process, just because honestly, the governance process is very clunky, cumbersome, and time consuming. And like, it's, I don't know. It's draining. It feels like it's designed to be frustrating sometimes.
Yeah, well, and not even knowing the exact way to go. Like, I recently made a proposal to put another sun in the sky,
I
because
like that
I
idea.
like realized like our logo is absolutely unrelated to Decentraland. We do not have pyramids. We do not have 2 suns in the sky. Like, it is totally unrelated to Decentraland. And it would be really easy to put a second sun in the sky. I don't know about the pyramids. We could have those like way off in the distance. Maybe that's like
It
the
would
Sky
actually be
City.
dope if
But
that
so,
mountain
anyways, like,
background had some pyramids in it. That's doable. There's no reason that it can't be a thing.
well, I mean, yeah, like my reasoning is like, we got to find our identity. We are in an identity crisis, and like I think everybody, who at least like the country I'm from, America, why there's 50 stars on our flag. That's the 50 states. You know that the red is for the blood that was shed. Like, what that flag stands for, and when somebody can get behind a symbol, that's powerful. And right now, I look at the logo. I mean, I got it tattooed on my arm, so there's not a day that goes by that I don't look at it. Like I could take a vacation from DCL, but it's coming with me. And I want to know why. Like, I know what that logo means to me. but I wish that there was more meaning other than like two suns in the sky. Like to me, I think they mean the foundation in the Tao, like orbiting above the land, like influencing the tides maybe a little bit sometimes, but maybe there's a little, they're in orbit, they're closer to each other. Sometimes they're in, what is it, apogee and perigee, or some kind of orbit. But yeah, I don't know. It's more than anything to get the conversation open that, you know what, you can submit a poll or proposal if you want to change something. It was actually really, really nerve-wracking to do because I usually, like, I haven't done that before. And so I was kind of like, all right, I'm going to put myself out there. I got an idea, thought about it for a long time. This is scary, but I'm just going to do it. But look, so my point, I don't know if that was the right way to do it. Maybe I could have done it through Canny. But I also have seen like Nikki Fuego and the wearable exotic category or hands, and it's like it takes forever to execute. And so I'm like, I'm just gonna do it this way. I don't know. I don't want it to get lost.
I do think I think it's a cool idea. I think it's an easy enough idea to implement. I can't think of any reasons why it would be technically difficult to make there be two suns in the sky. I think it would be fun. I think, and I agree with you that the logo, it should, doing something to make the world reflect the logo and iconography. Can never say that word. Makes total sense. Here's 45 minutes of Jared trying to pronounce iconography.
I don't know.
Don't worry, I can't say
Hierarchy.
indefatigable.
How about hierarchy, guys? That's my favorite word.
I mean, I can't spell that. I mean, without the help of Grammarly. But otherwise, I'm down. But yeah, no, I think. But yeah, as for the DG big announcement, big change, breaking away from the motherships to some degree, like I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's an interesting thing. I think it can be exciting. I think that if it's true that they will give like Metaverse Land to wearable owners, I think that's like a fun compromise because like for those who aren't aware, how ice poker works is like you bought a wearable, it gave you access to this play to earn poker game where you would complete challenges, and at the end of the day you would earn ice tokens, and you could have a delegate who played for you and you guys would like split the profits around 50-50. Now the problem with what that economy design was is that delegates had no reason to like buy ice, they were just selling, so like and they could just never find a design that would outpace the selling of delegate ice versus the buying of owner ice to like upgrade wearables or do other things with it. And they had tied that. They brought the casino back. They're burning ice with casino profits, which I think long term would probably eventually pan out. Since I have a hard time. The first metaverse casino just feels to me like a thing that would be successful someday and be $1 billion enterprise. But the reality of running a business is it's not really great to just have a cash flow out, stream going constantly. And so they're trying to like reduce that with a more stable, like as an owner now, instead of, playing and getting ice, you either go to the casino to play with the bonus USDT they're going to give you for your wearables, or you can go and play in some like sit and go arcades on the 2D on the web. And then you'll just, so like for every wearable you'll get like $1 a week basically, which for some people like Benun who spent, thousands of dollars at the peak to buy like, spent like almost $500,000 to buy his wearable collection. Like that currently that isn't the most appealing offer to get, it'll take him like 360 years to break even. But like that's also under the assumption that there's never any changes. Like the casino doesn't take off. Like Miles, Ryan, leadership all own plenty of wearables. They have and they spent plenty on those wearables on the secondary market themselves. Like they have every incentive to make wearables as profitable individually as possible. So, but it's you have to balance like it's better to get some scraps than it is to get totally rugged, and like there's always the potential for the team to kind of increase the rewards for owners. So it's not like, I don't know, it's very complicated because I think we all agree we'd rather the team keep building and trying than to just say, sorry guys, we did our best, we quit, we give up, we're just going to sell the land, take our checks and bounce. So which I don't think they want to do at all.
Well, and I don't know. I mean, I think that time will tell what happens in the next bull run, but I mean, there will be something. There will be some level of hype around crypto, around whether it's like cryptocurrency or NFTs or you name it, metaverse, like it will happen. Now, will it happen to the magnitude that we saw in like November 21? Probably not. Like that was a flash pan. Like what do they call it? Like when you're cooking hot grease on the stove top and it like gets so hot that it catches fire and burns really hot but really fast. Like we knew that wasn't sustainable. So something else will happen. It's just, we don't know when. But at that time, I think that there will be people coming in looking for games, looking for a lot more. And I mean, there's a lot more to do here than there was in November 2021. I mean, back then, ice poker was kind of it. I mean, I think I can't. I'm like trying to remember what other like play to earns.
Yeah, I believe Ice was like released
were
the end of
here.
October 2021. Like Ice Poker like barely came out in time to be there for the bull run even, so like that was kind of just lucky. And I don't think like those highs are reattainable. It's just it's going to require like a lot more time like cuz like I mean, like, I get frustrated when people go, like, Decentraland's a bad game because, like, Decentraland isn't a game. Decentraland is a platform, like Facebook. It's obviously not Facebook. That's very successful. But it is in that it's not, the gaming isn't its sole focus in existence. As, we were just talking about earlier, you can watch MMA fights with your friends and, like, have, social experiences. So, like, and Decentraland is absolutely very clunky and still awkward and not by any means a smooth experience. Though, they actually did we ever talk about how they added social login like in the last week? Was that before the last CBD? So like they are constantly
We did, I
yeah,
think.
it is constantly getting easier to use and onboard people. And I do think eventually, like as it builds on layer after layer, like the potential to achieve those highs exists. It's just when you're here every day and getting stuck in the mud, it can be hard to appreciate that sometimes. But it is it is moving in the correct direction, slowly but surely. From like just a technical side, it does get easier. They acknowledge the flaws eventually, and they make it easier. So someday we'll see $5 mana again, or zero. Those are the only two options. Someday it goes back to 5, or eventually we all just go to the DG metaverse and just go, well, what did we tried?
Well, I mean, I guess it's good to know your why. Like, there's the first metaverse that I ever was a part of, Webkins. I mean, it's still there, but like, I haven't logged in for years, and I won't tell you how much money I spent on those digital assets. But the people that I met there, I still talk to them. Gosh, like 17 years later, I still talk to them on Facebook. Like the relationships that we make, that's the real commodity here. Like that is the real value. So whatever the price of mana, I mean, you got to eat. So I get it. Like I too want to buy my top ramen. um, but I think it's so much bigger than that. I also think like the real commodity here is that like I can build in Blender. I can create an event. I did my first like multi-sig wallet this week. Talk about like being scared. Like holy shit, I don't want to do the wrong thing. But like information, like knowledge, learning and growing. Like that was perfect timing. The
Lilu
cat is
always
right.
chooses the right an hour, like right around this time, just to be pissed off about something. I just don't know what it is. She's pooped. She's got water. I guess her food bowl's like not full enough. That's the only thing I can imagine. But there's food in it. I don't starve her. She's fat as hell. I promise.
That's funny. Yeah, like I mean, if I wanted to go and get a degree in blockchain and like Web3, I don't even know where I would have to go to like sign up for the official class. Like get your Web3 accreditation. Like it's not out yet. And so think about anything in this world that's built around a, billion-dollar industry that you can't go to school for. And so the people that are learning right now, like holy shit, like that's a lot of wealth of knowledge. I mean, you can't go to school. Like I know coders, yeah,
Yeah.
like it's out there, but just for the rest of us lay people, like there's never going to be an opportunity for a special ed teacher to go learn about some cool shit that's pioneering the financial industry. Like no way.
I mean,
So
yeah,
I
for
don't
all
know.
intents and
I
purposes,
think
you are the most knowledgeable person in the genre of how to build a community in the Web3 space. Like you're on the Mount Rushmore of people like of metaverse, community builders. So like, yeah, you can't go to school to learn that because you got to teach the course on like how to work with all these crazy degens and like make it work.
Well, 10 years of working with high school boys got me ready for you
I hate
guys.
that it's true. I hate that that's the best. It was the best training to work in the metaverse. Learn how to deal with overly emotional children, and you're gonna be all right.
Oh, yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Definitely got me my salty
No,
attitude.
listen. No one came to the digital frontier because they were like super excited about how things were going for them in Web 2. Like no one packed it up and said, "You know where I'm going? The metaverse," because they loved everything about reality. So it only makes sense that there's a few of us are not the best communicators and some of us are crazy, and I am both of those things. So it's we're getting there. I also feel like in general, the crazy people do a pretty good job of being, receptive and kind and open to each other and helping each other, be better people. So like, I don't know, it's a frustrating space if your goal is to make money, but if your goal is to like find nice people or people who are doing cool things like the Rustans and the CKs of the world, like like when was I guess I worked in TV, so I've worked with people who've gotten cool things on TV, but like for most people, you don't get to like just casually make friends with someone who's like, oh, like look, their nail art is like on a hit television show, like that's super badass. That's not an option available to most people like in backwoods Vermont or most of the world. So.
Yeah, I mean, look at the people in this room. We got like Jay, like prior MMA fighter, Kellyanne Collins, Seed hosted 200 events in New York City, like Mariana, DJ extraordinaire, like old guy, griller, and then all the crazy cool stuff he does IRL. Like we have a resume in this room that is pretty amazing. I mean, we got Jim Cedric. I feel like Jim, we could have Jim Day, but like literally I think sometimes I don't know, I can only speak for myself, but I forget how cool the people around me are, because like Rustan's just Rustan, like he's Rustan, but there's probably people out there that would like fangirl over Rustan. Sorry, Rustan. Sorry, Rustan, it's been a hot minute since I fangirl. Now you're just my friend. But
He prefers it that way. I don't get the vibe that Rustan really loves people fangirling over him. I think he prefers, friends to fangirls.
I think so. And I see in the audience Meta Bunnies. I have not seen Meta Bunnies for like 2 years. It is so awesome to see somebody back. I love their wearables. Oh my gosh, I'm like peeping on their page. Wow, Meta Bunnies. What the heck have you been up to for 2 years? I'm glad to see you back. And I will just take that moment. If anybody, it's an open forum. We're kind of just rambling on about DG, but if anybody would like to come up and speak, bring up any topics, things that have happened, things that are going to happen, it's an open mic. We'll keep going. It's 10:30, so yeah. See if people have more that they want to discuss.
But there's never been a better time to buy a Decentraland Games wearable. I say that as the proud owner of more than I should have, and I'm not selling any of them, so this is not me trying to find exit liquidity, but I am trying to show my bags desperately. Please help me. Join me here on the ice poker table so that I don't feel like a sucker. Because it's better to be like, it's better when you're with friends, like and some of my best friends in the space are people that I just, bought bad NFTs with. And we were just like, we no longer hang out with those NFTs, but we still hang out where we're just like, oh my God, can you believe how much you spent on Dapper Dinos? You absolute idiot.
No. Do you remember like Rustan? I remember Rustan and a couple other people. Like, do you guys remember the days when oh, I don't even know if I can talk about it out loud. This is too much.
What NFT did you guys buy together that it's now gone to zero?
Ice poker.
Rustan can't bond with us over the zeros because he's the only guy in ice poker, one of like three, who's like, actually, guys, I'm in the green on this, and it's like, you son of a bitch.
So I am responsible for that because remember back when it was 1.5 ETH to mint wearables, and the mints, they would mint out in 2 minutes and you had to be on the whitelist. And in order to be on the whitelist, you had to play for 2 weeks. So I would delegate to my friends to get them on the whitelist so that then they could mint. So like I know Token, I think Buffalo, Ruston, a bunch of them. Like, I was just like, all right, who wants it next? Like, we'll get you here. You're a player, but you couldn't miss like check-ins. You had to play every single day to get that 1.5 ETH, wearable.
Well, at least one of the people that you gatewayed into this drug made money, or at least broke even. I don't even know who I can. I have to blame. I guess ACR would be. He was he's who gave me my first hit for free, and I always remember this. Altcoin radio is like when people go like people sold level 5s for 5 ETH. Altcoin radio is like one of those people, but he
Yeah,
then took
yeah.
all that money and bought into Pagaxi at their peak. So don't worry, no one no one got out of here alive. Is I guess the way to say it. Is everyone, even the people who sold for 1.5, they went and then they just chose to buy something that was a equally unsound investment.
I want to say that the beach set was that 2 ETH?
I don't remember.
Did they get that
No, I
greedy?
think. Well, to be fair, when it comes to air quotes, the greedy, like all the money that they ever like actually made, that all went back into like liquidity pool. Like you can go back and like it'll be like we're gonna do a mint, and here's what we're gonna spend the money on. Like none of that money went into Miles's pocket, just for the record. But also, well, I mean, I guess his paycheck somehow from XDG did, but no, I think the most expensive mint I remember was 1.5 ETH. 1 second.
That was my cue. Meow.
She's just staring into the closet, screaming, and I don't understand. Fine, leave the room then, I guess. I don't know why she would want to do that. There are dogs out there that will totally try to eat her, but it's her life. But no, I think that the most expensive mint I recall was 1.5, and I believe it was the Joker set. Ironically, I remember joking about that at the time, being like, "Are they trolling us? They're trolling us, right?" But no, and I mean, and in their defense, like the floor at the time was that high. Like it was like a little, so it makes sense that you should, supply and
Yeah, and
demand.
I haven't said a thing about how much we were making per day. So, like,
Well,
people
the people who
don't
sold their
spend
ice
that
did
much.
anyway.
Yeah, the people, well, like, I mean,
Not
it
me.
was ridiculous. And so yeah. So,
Yeah.
yep.
That is one thing I will feel like is like I fall into that too. Like, is like honestly, like Miles Ryan, they've only ever been like very nice. Like there's absolutely no part of me like thinks that those dudes are like scammers out to try to screw people. Like they're just people trying their best in a new space where there is no blueprint, and like they're gonna make mistakes. But like they're definitely not trying to take advantage of anyone. But it's so easy to like people will always just hit them with the bad side stuff they remember and forget about the good side of things. Where it's like, well, like there was that time you were making like $200 a day. I mean, I didn't make it because I kept my ice and saved it up to upgrade like a person who had faith in the project. But yeah,
Well, it wasn't $200 a day. I can just tell you that
yeah. I
much.
mean,
Like,
some people
it
were
was
making some obscene amounts, but they had lots of wearables.
yeah, when you're like buying books about Puerto Rico, like what's the visa scene in Puerto Rico? Yeah, you're like, okay.
You're like, yeah.
But one thing to think about too is like what other company right now, like just gearing up, thinking about like next bull run, like what other company out there already has a license in like Malta and everywhere else that they have license? Like what other companies have already built the the smart contracts behind it? Because if there's going to be plenty. I mean, there's a lot of competition. Like we can see all the new developments all over our Twitter timelines, but like will those companies be starting at like ground zero in, I don't know, let's say September 2024? Will they be like, yeah, we're going to do like Web3 poker, we're going to do Web3 gambling, betting, let's do roulette, like let's do blackjack? And to compare it, like, I mean, DG has established themselves very well. They've done the casino scene. They got shut down. They pivoted to ice poker. They came back to the casino scene. Like they've tried different things, and I just seems like whatever, as long as they don't disband, I feel like they're building shit. They're building shit, they're learning, and like that right there that's gonna be worth something. So I don't know, maybe that's just me telling my bag holder hands to just keep,
Well,
shuffle the bags to the shoulder and just keep,
well,
get
there is
comfortable, get
logic.
cozy.
It isn't just sunk cost fallacy and delusion because, like, for example, I know uh, Jack Dempsey or Dorsey, the guy who founded Twitter, like, like he had a failed he had a failed thing before that, and like the people invested in that, like some of them were like, I'm not reinvesting in that dude's next idea. Like I lost all that money on the first one, and like then it was Twitter, and it was wildly successful, and they got to sell to Elon for billions. Like every successful entrepreneur has like failures behind them, and like we are lucky that these people keep shifting and keep pivoting because like at the very least, even if like you only get a fraction of your initial investment into this new thing, like at least you're like getting to come along for the ride in some capacity, and there is like there is a reason to believe that they will eventually succeed since they are they are working, they are trying, they are in this new space. So it's not just it's not just delusion and sunk cost fallacy, though I 100% think that I'm absolutely a victim of some amount of sunk cost fallacy and certainly a nice helping heaping handful of delusion from time to time. But it's you're not just a crazy person hoping. Like there is absolutely validity in the idea that like smart people in a new space who keep trying things are eventually going to like figure it out.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I feel, I feel all the feels, I feel all the emotions. I feel like, I mean, it like probably, definitely was not a good financial decision yet. Like, and what I think about is when I bought Mana and I bought my land, and then it tanked, and like that was, I bought my Mana, I bought my land in April of 2019. And that's summer, man. Like that's summer. I watched Decentraland Mana on Coin Market Cap like slip from like I think when I started buying that year it was like I don't know 65 or something on Coin Market Cap, and I watched it slip to 75 and then 80, 85, 90, and I watched Mana slip to the second page of Coin Market Cap, and like when it disappeared off that first page, I stopped checking. I was like I regretted my decision. I regretted my investment. Decentraland was the worst thing in my life. Like I wished I had never heard of Decentraland. And like I fought it hard, and I then the launch day came, and I walked into the world and it was empty, and I didn't like what I saw. And so like I walked away from it. And so maybe I'm sure there's my haters out there saying that there's toxic positivity. It's not. It's like I've already given up on Decentraland once. Like I already gave up and walked away and was like, fuck that. I want to sell my land. This place is, it's dying, it's empty. And then guess what happened? Like it didn't die. In fact, my 5 cent investment went to $5.50, and all of a sudden it was a good decision. But had I sold, then it would have been a bad decision. But because I held on, it was a good decision, but it just wasn't yet. So like I just
Okay, well,
I have to look at like the fundamentals behind it. Like is Web3 go? Do I believe in the technology behind Web3? Do I believe in blockchain? Do I believe in crypto? Do I believe that it's going to like disrupt the financial system? Like when I can't even explain to people in my life like I can't even talk to people anymore. Like I talked about them about the metaverse, and they're like, "Yeah, I saw that Spider-Man movie, like Into the Multiverse." I'm like, "No, bitch, like that's not what I'm saying. Like there's this whole world." and
I feel that so
and they're like,
much.
"Yeah, but I don't like I don't wear VR headsets." Well, sorry, I don't either. Like it just like that's what grounds me and makes me realize like it's not that we're early. Like this, we got to be realistic. Like this is a play. It has a possibility of like upending like the biggest change to the financial system, not just in our lives but like in human history, if if the blockchain thing is real. And so why would we think any of that is easy? It's like you just I don't know you
Oh yeah, well yeah. I mean, obviously we have to be like self-aware. Like investing in the metaverse is like a high risk investment. Like this, absolutely all of this could just cave in on itself. Like there's no reason to think that we're definitely going to make a bag. Like it could absolutely fail, or we could be on the GeoCities of the metaverse. Where like one day they go back like, hey guys, do you remember? Does anyone here old enough to remember GeoCities? But like, regardless, like we could absolutely like maybe this isn't the Google, okay, but regardless, like it's you don't make you got to buy when others are too afraid to is like that is an expression for a reason. So just
Yeah,
Degen and
I mean,
pray.
I felt bad because I sold my Ripple to buy land, and then I was like, and then XRP went up, and I'm like, God, I'm the biggest idiot. But then XRP had its its little journey, and then I'm like, God, I should sell my financial advice, but like, I don't know, I think it's like we got to know why we're here, and I think we also just have to decide, like, are you going to log in to Discord and bitch for 5 hours about everything that's going wrong, or are you going to log in to Discord for 5 hours and like try to build shit?
Sometimes doing both works. Sometimes you got to get it out of your system. But I would agree that it's usually if you find yourself spending multiple hours in Discord complaining, you're probably not in your healthiest mind state, and someone should probably remind you to touch grass, even if they're not going to necessarily be nice about it. But yeah, I agree with that. But yeah, no, I think that but either way, I think that the decentral games shift is kind of like a good one long term, but short term I definitely think there's going to be some pain and some unhappy people, and that is just the nature of that's what happens when people, like, we're surrounded by people who overinvested in speculative assets, and then they're like mad at the people like trying their best. And it's like, listen, like, I you gotta take some personal responsibility. Like, that's kind of what the Web3 ethos is about, is like, there are no banks, you're responsible for your own actions, and be responsible. Like, you can't be mad at someone else if you spent $500,000 on digital clothing that promised you passive income. There's just, come on.
Well, when you put it like that, what the hell was I ever doing? But oh my God, did I look good while I was doing it? Right? That should be extra credit points.
Listen, no regrets on the digital fashion. That the sauces wearables. I feel confidently that, like, that's my closest shot to ever buying a Black Lotus, is like a DG Mythic. Like, it may never pan out. It might just be something that I look back on and kind of just have to, like, pretend I'm happy about. But like, I feel like if there's ever because, like, I don't know if anyone is familiar with Magic the Gathering or what a Black Lotus is, but like, they now sell for millions of dollars. They minted like 1,100 of them in, like, or minted. They printed like 1,100 of these cards in, like, 1993. And and for the longest time they were worth $20 or nothing, because people are just like, wait, what did you buy? Like, some stupid ass paper cards. But like, now they're collectibles because nerds have lots of money, because that's how the world works. And like, your best chance at getting having that is, in my opinion, is buying some DG or some DCL, like one of 10 items. That's where I don't know. At least that's the copium I drink. That's what I tell myself to sleep at night.
Well, and I think we're so surrounded by this stuff that we don't even see it. Like, really, I mean, something new comes out and we're like, "Oh, that's cool. Oh, I can take my Vipe there. Oh, that's awesome. It looks great. Like, I can take my Vipe to Hyperfy. That's cool. Oh, I could do VRMs. Like, I could now I could be a YouTuber and be anonymous and talk, and my VRM will just say, it'll go over my face. Like, we don't even realize what that, think about what I just said and how that would have totally changed the entire YouTube world like 10 years ago. Like, if you wanted to have a VRM over your face so that you could remain anonymous, oh my gosh, you would have had to hire like an animator, a 3D modeler to like get your, like, all of this stuff that you're talking about. And now, instead of having like a blog or a website, I could just have my Hyperfy. I can have my Vipe there. My Vipe can turn into my identity. And what does that mean for like the next wave of content creators coming up? Like, we don't even realize, because we're just so normalized. It's like so normal to like, oh yeah, totally new world came out today. Like, we're not even realizing, holy shit, this is huge. Like, the little YouTubers, when they come up, and instead of having like a little channel and a page and a MySpace or Facebook, you're just going to go to their Hyperfy, and you're going to go to the game they created, or whatever, Nifty Island. Like, we're oh my God, I mean, I'm like baffled, speechless how big this is. Like, this Web3, like the tools that are coming out are absolutely going to change gaming. Because, like, it's probably no secret, I've been playing a lot of Fortnite. It's really fun, and it's so much better than Decentraland in a lot of ways. But when I rage quit, because sometimes sometimes I want to rage quit, I'm out of luck and I'm out of money. Like, I can't sell my account. Like, all the money I just spent, it's not my money anymore because I don't own those assets. And I think that, like, the more that the world realizes all of that money going into gaming, like, that you can hang on to that it, like, I could buy that skin, right? I could buy that fancy shit, and then when I grow out of it, I know I can at least get some of the value back. That's huge. And so I don't know, like, sometimes we need more normies in here and, like, explain to them what we do, and they'll be like, "Wait, I can do that?" Like, my okay, because think about this, Vipe, like Xerox Kwan's down there with his Vipe. Think about having, like, a brand. If you wanted to start your own, channel and have your own character or whatever it is, all of your brand is right there for you. Or Beasts. Your brand, like, think about how much you'd spend on branding. If you wanted to start your own, independent brand, it's all done for you.
Well, that,
All you have to do is plug your stuff into, like, Redbubble. People can buy your merch. Like,
I agree with that. I
it,
also think that it's harder. Like this space is too hype driven. So like a lot of the gems, like what Polygonal Mind's doing with Vipe, is like it's lost in the fray because like those guys don't play around with the hype machine. They're just nose to the ground working. So it's kind of it's easy for people to like not notice that and like miss some of the gems. But I think that it is I agree with you. Like there's too many smart people working their ass off for it to like all just be for nothing and kind of fall through. Like someone somewhere is going to blow up and like bring this to the masses, and all we can do is hopefully hope we weren't too like hyper focused on one thing that became the GeoCities, which is my big fear.
yeah, well, maybe it'll be me. Maybe I'll be like the gamer that brings, Fortnite to the world. I'm not sure about that. But Zero X, good morning, good afternoon. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm good. How are you, Canessa?
Hey, I'm great. I've been, like, ground and pound, fighting this morning, drinking coffee. It's been an interesting day.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sounds interesting. I love the conversation we're having, honestly. Hi to everybody in the room. What's good? What's up? What's up? Um, we were talking about, we were talking about VRMs and like identity, and I just couldn't help myself. I had to come up because what you're saying is so true. As I explore like the metaverse, you guys know I started off in Decentraland. Decentraland is first love, first metaverse I ever entered. So, it was great. Wasn't ever focused on my identity there, just more so the experience, right? Which I feel like has been hyper. Um, like just magnified in this Web3 space, the term of identity, right? Because in the Web2 world, really coming from someone coming from a Web2 world, it was strictly about experience. It's strictly about the vibe, right? So I think it goes back to exactly what you were saying. We need more normies in the space, not to teach them about the culture of VRMs and avatars, but for them to teach us, right? Like we need to learn from them how we can condone ourselves or how we need to condone ourselves when it comes to digital identity and stuff like that. Because I feel like us in this Web3 space, we get really heady, we get really haughty, I guess you could say, about ourselves and about our information and our knowledge, that um, it comes off as, really, I guess, whatever you want to call it, like, um,
Condescending.
condescending. Yeah, thank you, Jared. Yeah, exactly. Because our point is decentralization, yet we're centralizing ourselves with the information we have, thinking that it's coming from a place of, oh, we're going to teach them. No, we're actually like kind of shoving this information down their throats in a sense. And what we need to do instead is invite more of the Web2 culture into the Web3 space so that we can actually learn and sit and, saturate that culture within this as far as just the experience base goes, right? I've been venturing a lot into an app called Paraspace, which is you could basically say it's VR chat for your phone. I've got my Vipes in there. Brandon's got his Vipes in there. Super easy to upload. But when I go in and I tell people about this, like, oh yeah, my character is an NFT project I got off the blockchain, Web3, Vipe, it goes over their heads. It goes completely over their heads, and I lose them. You lose people, right? And that's one thing that we don't want to do. We need to make sure that being, we're going down, we're going to their level. It's not going down, it's going out, right? We're going out into Web 2, right? We need to be on their playing field, on their speaking level, like, yes, this is a cool avatar that I own, period. And then let Web3 speak for itself, right? So I just wanted to come up and share my thoughts on that. I love this space. You guys are doing some amazing work. I'm rooting for Decentraland every single day. So yes, keep building and keep growing. Yeah.
It is true that the jargon I do think loses a lot of people, like all the acronyms. Like I know whenever I get into a new like community, like the more acronyms there are, like the more likely my ADHD is just in my like mild dyslexia is just gonna be like, never mind, I'll come back later, I guess, when there's a easy to follow YouTube video that explains this to me. I can
Right,
definitely
exactly. And that's, I mean,
feel that.
that's the retour of across the board, right? Like people don't want to have this information. And when I say shoved down their throats, I'm not meaning that in any type of sense. Like we're all just really sharing information. But when you hit people with that type of talk and they have no clue about it, it makes them feel inferior. It makes you look like you're better than, which we're not by any sense, because we're still trying to figure this stuff out as well. So I mean, the whole point is don't lose what we've learned from Web 2 and expect, to just be everything to be the same as it is in Web 3, right? Because we have to take those foundational, experience based moments into the Web 3 in order to, like, in order for it to permeate, in order for it to sit, right? We want this shit to stick. We don't want it to, we don't want people to be deterred from Web 3, right? So we have to level the playing field a little bit.
Have you had to? So have you explained like Vipes, VRMs, kind of the whole deal? Like, have you explained that to many people? Jared, do you want to mute your mic? Your dog is upset in the background. Thank you. So Zero X, like, have you had to explain that to many people? And what would you say your feelings of success are on that?
Yeah, I mean, so honestly, I try my best not to explain it to people. But when I am presented the opportunity to explain what vibes are and stuff, I basically just break it down like this. It's an avatar studio, right? Most of the people who are in the avatar space, they know about this lingo, right? They know about studios. Um, they know about different companies like that. Yeah, I do. Here, sorry about that. Yeah, they know about companies and design studios and wearable studios and stuff like that. So I try to mention it in those terms, and just let them know that it's the Vibe stands for virtual persona. Um, this is the studio, and I leave Web 3 completely out of it. Okay, I leave it completely out because until they inquire more, right? And I'm no guru or anything like that. This is but I am a people person, right? So I focus in on how people are receiving that information, right? Um, and so, like I said, for all of us in here, us being so knowledgeable, it's important that we have a little bit of grace and we start to structure our phrasing around this Web 3 stuff in a more a digestible manner. You know what I mean? Like, don't use Web 3 so much. Don't use blockchain. Don't use crypto. Don't use NFT, right? Unless they are actually inquiring about that, right? And so far it's been great. I've had a few people who I've actually onboarded from Web 2 into the project, or into Vipes and stuff like that. And it's great, right? But I didn't bombard them with the jargon, if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, I like that. I mean, that's I think it's an echo chamber sometimes with everybody in the same space where we all understand each other really well. And so, yeah, when you step out of that, and even in your brain, stepping out of the echo chamber of our own minds of like, yeah, it's just a vibe. Like it's a vibe. It's nothing special. I got like 12 of them. I just got to pick out the best traits and which one do I want to wear. And like, no, it is a VRM. It is a vlogging tool. Like it's a brand that you can just slap on merchandise, and you're not paying somebody to create a character. Like it's a character that you could build a whole, pod, like a whole story, cartoon, anime. Like I don't know. My like, I don't know, maybe I'm just geeking out, but when I see that, because like, yeah, here's the other kicker is like, you've got this whole wave of kids that went through COVID, that went through lockdown, they went through isolation. They were told, don't get close to people. That like, ooh, it's scary. Like, and I'm seeing I worked in a school this fall. Like, I'm seeing that firsthand, and but they love to socialize. They love to be together, playing games, playing online, and like they're getting to the age where they want to have YouTube channels. But I think most parents don't. Like maybe okay, you can do it, but don't show your face. All of a sudden, this is like a mecca of these kids can have YouTube channels, but they won't show their face, but they can interact and they can be like all these people, and it's, I don't know, I just, to me, I guess I'm looking at it that perspective. When those kids grow up, what are they gonna like, run towards technology or run away from it? Like they're gonna embrace it because this is their world.
Well, and that, to your point too, that's, I mean, you're exactly right. That is the next generation of content creators, is this group of, youth that have kind of been handicapped by COVID, and not able to like have the human experience that we grew up with, right? I'm a 90s baby, so I was outside, I was playing with friends, we were gaming together, physically, LAN parties, all that stuff. These are things that these kids are missing out on or have missed out on, but the technology of VRMs allows them to kind of have that pseudo experience, the VRMs and the metaverse combined and stuff, because we have to remember this technology isn't new, right? Avatars aren't new. Virtual experiences aren't new, right? We're in this space where new technology is coming out surrounding those things, so it feels new. But these cultures have been here for a long time, right? The culture of VRMs, the culture of avatars, the culture of metaverses and digital social spaces have been around for a very long time. And these subcultures have been here, right? And there are people and kids who are still growing up within that culture, right? So we have to consider what is going to be applicable for them. Like how can we make it appealing for them? Like what will Web3 and these VRMs and stuff need? And I think the best thing is going to be price point, right? We got our vibes. I got my vibe early, right? Later on, total, I probably paid about, for at the max that I paid, minus gas, it's probably about 40, $50. Okay. A custom VRM, because I've done my research, a custom VRM is no less, that I've seen, nine to 1,500 bucks for total IP rights. Yeah. Now you can find cheaper, but if you want a legit good one, I'll give it. Okay, we'll go 5 to 1,000 just on the front, right? 500 to $1,000 for a custom VRM that you own the rights to, right? You pitch those two things side by side. Hey, you could have this, or you could have that. Okay, that's appealing, especially for young creators who are just getting into it. They don't want to have too much of a down, a front end value or whatever. They don't want to spend so much early on, because that was my biggest thing too, right? Y'all know I do VTubing and stuff after I've gotten my Vipe, and it's something that I didn't know that I needed, but that was my thing that kept me in it, right? That's my thing that got me involved. And so for these kids, I think going forward, it's definitely going to be cost effectiveness, right? Like how much am I spending to have my identity, to share my identity? Because I can pop a phone up, go on YouTube and be good, right? But if I want to provide a different experience, if I want to, not show my face, what's that going to look like and what's that going to cost, right? That could be one of the price point. That could be a thing, right? Price point, right? Another one is it likable, right? VTubing is kind of a niche area. It's a niche field. And so not a lot of people are aware. Like I only know physically about two or three VTubers, like that I can touch, you know what I'm saying, that are close by, right? So not a lot of people are like in the West at least are aware of that culture to the extent that we're saying, right? Most of the VRM and avatar culture is based in Japan, right? And so there's that language barrier there. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that there aren't, you know, it doesn't mean that there isn't a chance for that to saturate. Sorry, Jared, I
Oh,
saw
I was
you
just gonna
open your mic.
shout out to Ray and Morph, the only two VTubers I know personally.
Right,
I know.
exactly.
We need to show them more love, man. We really do.
Right. I mean, exactly. Shout out more. Shout out more. Shout out more for sure. I love his channel. And what's that other? The other one is Swiss, right? Swiss. They're both doing great jobs.
So I see.
Uh, yeah, I see. Yep,
Icy
yep.
doesn't
I mean,
VTube.
Oh, he's it's not a Web3 gamer, but yeah, I gotcha. He's a Web3 gamer. Got it.
Yeah, I mean, but we do, you're right. We do need to learn from these people, right? We do need to start paying attention to the people who are utilizing this technology the most, right? I mean, because at the end of the day, we don't want to get washed away. We don't want the Web3 culture to get washed away in the sauce of, trying to find our identity or virtual identity or whatever, right? We need to, if we really want to be, ahead of the game and say that we're ahead of the game, we have to humble ourselves a little bit, right? We have to stay humble and stay um, level, with the rest of the ecosystem, right? So I feel like I'm rambling my bad, guys. I could talk about
No,
this stuff all day.
you're good. I mean, I think you're spot on, and I think like also with these VRMs, whether it's the Vipe or Clone or Beasts, like a new creator, whether it's a kid or somebody older, like getting into the space, like, and you're thinking about if you had your custom made VRM and you make it really good and it's $1,000, you're siloed. You're by yourself. Like you better be really good at like creating shit because you have no community. Like whether it's right or wrong, as soon as you buy a beast, that community is going to come and attack you, and they're going to share their love. Like I guarantee if they're like, you're going to have support to some capacity. And so that right there, I mean, how much would that be worth if you were marketing and you were like, okay, I'm going to try to get a following, and I'm going to spend $200 to try to get 200 followers. Like, oh my gosh, I mean, just the following with these projects alone, because you see somebody that's rocking the same PFP as you and you're like, yeah, that's family. That's some to some capacity. Like, or me, like when I find a beast that's holding a donut or the glasses or the vest, it's like now I've got like family within a family. I found my cousin, and same with the vipes. If you've got a crown or the trait that you really like, I mean, that is something to not overlook. Like that might actually be the biggest value in some of these projects, is just the community that you buy into. Like now I know there's a lot of people that do that, and like they buy the beast, they change their PFP picture for a couple weeks, and then they swap it out to like the clone, and they milk the next community. Like that's not cool, but whatever. It's just that's the game. But I think finding your people, maybe in some ways it's like you find your people through that, because the people that I know that have vipes, like there's similarities. Like they're extremely creative and they're like kind of really self-driven. Like I don't know. I'm just thinking of Brandon and Cheddar and Stan and like people that are creating some cool ass content. So like it's almost, and Beast community too. They're artists, they're blender, magicians, and yeah, like each community kind of has its own traits based on like what that community has like already said is important to them. Like beasts are gonna make a bunch of blender shit. Vipes, a lot of them like Hyperfy. It's just a perfect segue. So I don't know. I couldn't have predicted that. So it's been interesting just to like watch from afar and be like, wow, okay, like I gotta have one of these. They're so cool.
Well, I definitely agree with you. I like 100%. I think most of the thing, I mean, I think the biggest thing that we kind of overlook sometimes is the community aspect of these projects, right? Because like you said, each and every project has their own like little niche, right? They're within the community, right? I mean, I know there was a project, Decentraland based, I forget what it's called, the Random Ravers, right? I got into the Ravers because they're a music oriented community, right? And I learned so much just from joining and being a holder of one of those Random Ravers. Same thing with the Vibes, right? Of course, have a slew of access to people who are so much more smarter than me, so much more smarter than me, and so much more talented than I am. And I've grown in that respect. But that's the thing, just like you said, you can never foresee that. That's something that you just can't it's like see. It's like foresight, right? You don't know that you're getting into it until you're in it, right? I didn't know that I would meet some of my closest friends within this community after just by picking up this like this character or this NFT or whatever, right? Like I met some really really amazing people, had some really really great experiences, but we have to figure out a way to provide that without providing that, right? Like show that without showing it, right? Because if we hark so much and focus so deeply on the community aspect, it can also be a deterrent, right? It can work for us and it can work against us, right? If we're not hitting the right people, we want to hit everybody, right? We don't want to just subject our, or centralize ourselves. Like, yes, like join Web3 because of the community, join us. It's like, okay, cool. But like, let people find that community for themselves, right? Let people discover that for themselves with no matter what project they ape into or whatever, and let's all have a general consensus that we are all experiencing this same thing together, right? We're all going through this virtual kind of identity, not crisis, but identity discovery together, right? Some people are utilizing the IP, some people just love the avatar, which is great. Okay, but we all should be helping each other. We all should be on the same page. We shouldn't be bashing each other's projects or, lessening one project from another, because what that is going to do is show that the community as a whole is all on the same page, right? We're all on a unified front, no matter what project you get into, right? So that's just my 2 cents on it. I feel like I ramble every single time.
Well, that's why I love like Rustan, because like I feel like some communities are just like, oh, like, oh, I only help people who own my NFT or share my like, who are pamping my bags. But like, I don't know, Rustan is always helping me or answering my questions, and seemingly, I don't think I'm special. I'm pretty sure he's always helping everyone else if they asked him. I mean, if he's got time, don't flood his DMs. He's a busy man, and I need him to have availability to answer my questions. But the point is like I think that like there are so many people amongst these communities who aren't just like only helping their own, so to speak, and they are like being pretty chill. So I don't know. I think that's cool because like I think that like it feels like it doesn't feel genuine when people are only like like if your community is only as strong as the amount of money someone spent to be a part of it, like like I don't have any friends in real life who like if they you're not wearing your Nikes today, like, oh, sorry bro, like we can't be seen together, like I only hang out with my Nike friends, like that's not community, that's bag holding together, that's commiserating, and that's not the same. It's not. So I don't know, it's nice that there
Or a
are.
No, I
business.
totally understand. Totally get what you're
Which and I
saying.
didn't, and I don't think you were just saying that, and I think your general point was in the same line. I'm not trying to contradict what you're saying. I think that just building on it or maybe articulating it in a way that my brain digests, because I think in general
No, of
you're
course, no,
of
that
the
makes
same.
makes sense. That makes total sense, right? Like you're not gonna go. It's not the shoe. It's not the Nike community, right? It's shoe culture, right? If you're a sneakerhead, that's your culture, right? Like it's all sneakers. It's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like it's not just, oh, we're down with just this one, like whatever. No, we need to understand like Web3 is more than just, what I'm saying. It's more than just the community
yeah.
aspect.
It's
It's
more
like
than one
what?
project. It's like
Yes,
it's a bunch of nerds. Don't get me wrong. There's the
right.
degens and gambler communities too. Like I like those guys as well. Don't get me wrong. Like I want to. Don't get me wrong. I want to buy something for pennies and have it turn into millions of dollars. Like that would be cool. But the reality is I think you're gonna have a better time if you just kind of like find nerds who are just doing something you think is interesting. And like even though like I don't want to learn how to make Blender 3D files, that's not my jam. But like I love I love listening to the people who are good at it talk about it, or like watch them like get progressively cooler, so that eventually there will be software I can just take my Vipe and drop it in and then make motion capture stuff with AI. Like that's not that far away. I don't need to learn Blender. The AI nerds are going to help me. I believe in them. So just hang out with some, just find the cool nerds and chill out with them, and it'll all work out. Hopefully.
Exactly, bro. No, exactly. And I mean, there's technology out now, fam. I mean, Move AI. I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but it's either Move AI or Move.io. One of those two, but it's literal AI motion capture, right? I think it's open to the public and you can literally download it on your phone and utilize it like right now, right? So, I mean, the
No shit.
technology is, yeah, yeah, bro. Yeah. I mean, the technology's there, guys. I mean, and just like what just happened, like even in this space, like as we're talking, more technology and more like utility is coming out, right? Or it's already out, it just hasn't been discovered. And so that's literally where we are to those people in Web 2, right? Like we are the bleeding edge of tech, so to speak, right? Blockchain technology, Vision Pro, our avatar identity, building community, stuff like that, right? Like we are that bleeding edge to these Web 2 people. So we have to remember just that right there, right? Like our knowledge base, even though we're still early, which is such a cliche, but even though we're so early but our knowledge is so vast right now, we have to remember that people are like 10 to 20 steps behind us, right? Like we have to remember that.
Yeah, I think it'll be better as people like because as the space evolves in Web3, like I think many people came here under the false delusion like, oh, I'm gonna buy a monkey picture and that's gonna make me rich. Like, no, that happened for 10,000 people. That's probably not gonna happen for you. Like, if you want to make your bag in this space, like you're gonna have to learn some skills or like meet some people and help articulate their skills to new people. Like, you're not just you know, you're not gonna find a bigger fool to sell your photo to. Like, you've got to find a community building something worthwhile that people want to be a part of. Like, I still don't really get pudgy penguins, but it feels like those guys are doing that. I still don't understand
Oh,
why anyone would pay $45,000 or whatever absurd amount of money those stupid those are very adorable pictures cost. I am just a little bit bitter that I didn't buy one when I could have possibly afforded one. Of course, who isn't?
but you can buy the Walmart toy, and that is almost as good because they're interchangeable. I have some on my desk. I have full
I
disclosure.
don't know if that's almost as good, but I
I
appreciate
have
your optimism.
no, I have every single one. I can't change out the PFP, their little sunglasses with their little cowboy hat, and I can use it for other craft projects. So I don't know. I had to buy them all.
I'm just mad because Fedor Holtz, who none of you know except for like one person in the audience, he's a Crusher poker player. He's had a Pudgy Penguin PFP since like before I got into this space, I think, or at least almost as long. I should have just been like, why didn't I go like, oh, that guy's smarter than me and all the other things I'm super interested in. I should buy that. No, I didn't do that. I just said, that's silly cartoon penguin.
Yeah,
Ah,
that's okay. I mean, I had the like Mutant Cartel VIP pass that I sold for like $400, and then like the Hounds minted. I could have, saved it and minted, but I'm like, I don't want one of those. I don't know. Like yeah. So I mean, we all have our
that's the
fun
only
stories.
thing DJ ever gave us that I didn't take advantage of, and I'm still upset at how those they're ugly as fuck. The mutant cartel hounds are hideous. They're the ugliest, most unappealing things, and it's like the one thing that like DJ gave us early access to that I was like, no thanks, I don't want it. And of course, like I could have made at least a couple $1,000s.
So basically, don't take financial advice from Jared and I
Do the
ever.
opposite. If I say
Ever.
buy, sell. If I say that's dumb, buy 10. That will work out for you eventually. Or yeah. Well, actually, that's 100% because yeah, whenever I'm buying something, that's the peak. I only buy tops, local tops, and all-time highs. So you got to run, and then when I say sell, be like, or don't buy that. It's dumb. Oh, he's an idiot. I will get all of them. Thank you. That will work for you. I'm the reverse Kramer of this tiny little corner of the internet. Just inverse me. You'll be fine.
I think like the next round of we'll call them investors, but whoever they are, people, victims. The next round of investors, they're not going to understand. They're going to be like, "What? Like you guys? Like your logic is so flawed, and your decision making skills are so bad." I mean, the stories that we're going to tell in like 30 years when we're either on an island or a federal prison one way or another. I don't know where we're gonna end up, but we're gonna have stories. They're gonna be wild. I mean, I think
Well,
the stories are already wild.
it's well, my grandma could have bought Apple stock at like $26 a share, and instead she bought like Microsoft stock, which did go up from when she bought it, but not nearly as astronomically. And like I remember being like a kid, being like, well, how that so obviously was the wrong choice. How could you make it? And I just feel like some kid's gonna say that about my like not respecting the pudgy penguins or whatever someday, and I'm just gonna be like, I'm sorry, Grandma. I wish I could apologize for scoffing at your choice to not buy Apple stock. It was so clearly.
I,
I'm just a.
I guess like that one specifically, like Pudgy Penguins. That one is like I don't have a penguin. I really didn't know much about the project before the toys came out, and like okay, full disclosure, I really I like toys, so I have way more like kid toys than I should. But I was like, oh my gosh, like there are so many people that like got introduced to pudgy penguins. They don't give a shit that there's an NFT project behind it. Like, I don't know if any of you guys have gotten it. I got the packaging right here because it's right at my desk. It it doesn't say anything about NFTs. Like, anywhere on here. Like, not on the front, the left side, the right side, the back. I'm still looking. It doesn't say anything about NFTs. But I'll tell you what, they're cute, and I bet there's people that have them sitting on their desk because they're cute. And to me, it's like this. This is like the gateway. Like, this, I don't know that this is the right way to do it because of, probably most people are gonna eventually like throw the little toy away. Unless Pudgy Penguin really like builds out a world and like a use case and gets people to log in. But this is like it. This is how you get out to Web3 audiences and let them know that there's this product. I don't know. I mean, there's still a big disconnect between a 40 a 40 ETH JPEG and these little characters that are at Walmart for $9. Um, but it's like a good use case of delivering this tangible to the Web 2 audience. Like, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what they do next. Like, if they're going to continue to build that out, like, kind of, it all comes back to like building the brand and like, do people fall in love with the brand? And I guess, like, in order to fall in love with the brand, you got to fall in love with a character. And that right there is what we have not done yet. We haven't done that. We haven't done that in Decentraland. We haven't done that with Vipes. We need to create characters that people can fall in love with. Like your Vipe Zero X. I don't know if he's got a story. I don't know if he's you. Like, I want somebody, or maybe I'll have to do it, to like give me somebody to believe in. Like, look at Spider-Man, right? Like Peter Parker, he's the underdog. Like, people love him because they can relate to him. Or look at Mickey Mouse, like his first videos, like the first animations. He was always getting his ass kicked. And that's why people fell in love with him, because he's the underdog and people can relate to that. So like Web3, I think, is sorely missing good storytelling with characters, like individual characters that people can fall in love with, where they can be like, yeah, this is my guy. Like, this is him. Like, the stories I've seen, I've fallen in love with him. He's always going on expeditions. And so I think when that storytelling element, when somebody really does that well, like at the end of the day, that's what people just want to unplug and disconnect from reality and like live vicariously through someone else. And so now it's my turn to ramble on Xerox, but I get so passionate because I'm like, I can see what somebody could do with all this. I just don't have the I don't know. Like, I'm not executing it, but I have so many ideas I wish somebody else would do.
You're absolutely right because and that's something that's very very important is storytelling. That's an art, it's an art form. And it's one that's like needed and necessary in Web3. Web3 needs its art, it needs its storytelling. It needs its storytellers, right? It needs its animators. It needs its all all of these people, right? And I think this goes for, pretty much everybody in this in at least the Vibe community. We're pretty new to that aspect of identity, right? Um, of course, by it stands for the virtual persona and how you own the IP, but how many of us know what IP rights are, right? Like how many of us know how to story tell, right? Like that's one of the big things that we should all kind of like, at least divulge a little bit of time towards, like learn how to storyboard your stuff, right? Learn how to roll out a production, learn how to get, animate in Blender at least a little bit, or try to find easy ways to animate. At least that's what I've been doing, right? I'm gearing myself up to storytell, right? Because with this technology, it does come a little bit of a learning curve that not a lot of people have time to put into, right? So we have to remember that, because as much IP as we can build up, um, that much time is necessary to like really have something worthwhile and to believe in. You know what I mean? So I mean, I think we're all in the same headspace of, you know, if not to just enjoy our avatars, we're trying to build up something, right? We're we're trying to, add to the pool of content that we utilize this IP for, right? So I totally get where you're coming from. And then we had somebody come up. I don't know if you guys.
Yeah, yeah. I'll hit on one more thing, and then I'd love to hear from Lumi. And this is something I think about a lot, like with the games that we're seeing in Decentraland, and like the different ways to play. Like, and I don't know, in my head I'm like, okay, what are we missing? What do we do differently than like Web 2 traditional Web 3 Web 2 gaming? And like it comes back to the storytelling. Like, and what I'm a great instance is, think about your favorite, video game. Think about the games you played growing up. And I'll bet most of them have characters. Like, think about like Legend of Zelda, Link, like Super Mario Brothers, like Mario, Luigi. I mean, the list goes on and on. There's these characters, these individuals that you instantly recognizable when you see, and that individual, like that character transcends the game. Like, it's bigger than just the game. It's that part that you can connect with. And so I feel like we need characters. We need fictional characters in Decentraland. And I know, like anybody that knows
Oh
me,
yeah,
they're
no,
like, but it's not.
DCL for sure needs a Mario. It needs a Sonic. It needs something. Like they need to take those base avatars and like revitalize them a little bit so they're like they don't just kind of look like generic men's bathroom signs and like instead like have some like personality, something, or just an endearing Dilbert like character. I don't know. Maybe that's how it works. But there definitely does need
Yeah.
to be something there.
Well, I've heard people talk about like a DCL mascot too. I mean, why not? Why couldn't you have a
Totally,
mascot,
yeah. A
something?
Pikachu,
And
something.
yeah, and I mean that's like back to the logo too, something to rally around, something that you understand what it is. You can wear it on your gear, because otherwise just the logo is pretty dry.
Well, the
Um,
the
you know.
problem is that engineers are inherently terrible at making things like fun from a like story or UI design perspective. In my experience working on video games, like engineers can make things work, they can look at code, but they don't necessarily the type of person that wants to get into that field and like play with those building blocks isn't always the best at relating to, the dude who just wants to, play a game for 12 hours a day. Like you need to have that middle ground person who can kind of like take the nerdiness and the tech and like bring it to the masses in a fun digestible way. So, and I think that the DCL tech is like only recently really got into a place where it's ready for, if it isn't even ready yet, it might still need more work for it to be kind of like packaged and sold in a fun way. Because like remember, like before Mario, like there was Pong and there was Gauntlet and like all these games that have fallen to the wayside that you don't remember or think about because they didn't have characters or fun. They just had technology and kind of people making it work in ways that and slowly more and more people are like, oh yeah, no, like this is cool. And like it did take like almost 50 years, at least 30 years for Mario to become a household name, really. So from like the start of that technology. So, it feels like we've been here forever and it's not moving fast enough, but really it's, if you were to go from like the first time Esteban and Ari even talked about Decentraland together, it's still like, not even a third of the time it took for Mario to go from Pong to existing. So
Yeah, and I mean maybe the characters are out there. I know that there's the NPC at Genesis Plaza. What's her name? Felicia,
Ash, Aisha,
Aisha.
something.
Yeah, like I mean that's like a step in the right direction. Suddenly there's like a character who lives there, right? Like same thing, like in Fortnite, you can go talk to the different characters that are living in this world, like, and you can buy shit from them, or maybe they'll shoot you, but they're like they make it more believable that there's a world there existing. And so I'm just like, how could we put that into Decentraland? Like, what if Aisha was also like at Vroomway with her car? Like, she's not Aisha like the same one. She's got like her gear on. Or what if she gambles, and what if she's at DG,
She
and
should
then she's
100%
everywhere?
be at box boards. That's a great call. She has a skateboard. She should absolutely be at the skateboarding game.
Yeah, I mean, it would be something like that, where you're building out this crew, this group of people that live in this world. And I don't know, it just I think that's where probably we pay the price for being decentralized, where, because it's everybody owns the world, but nobody has ownership. Like nobody, it would have to be, I don't know.
And I'm sure the foundation would not take kindly to if Miguel wanted. I mean, if anyone could get away with it, Miguel could, because I don't know anyone who has a mean thing to say about Miguel. But generally, my understanding is the foundation isn't. They're more than happy to use the things we've created in the platform to advertise it. But if you were to borrow their things, they might not be quite as excited. Would be my instinct. But I agree. I think they're. Hopefully, I don't know. That's a good idea, though. Someone should try to make that happen. There's absolutely no reason that when you go to Vox boards, there should be a half pipe with Aisha. I hope we're saying her name correctly. She should be skating back there and absolutely just doing putting on a show, just giving life to that character and making the world and the NPCs within it feeling more alive. Because even now she talks and that's cool, but there's still mostly lifeless things standing there. I don't know how many people here have done the new Fatui in Decentraland, the first time user experience. That's what FTUE stands for those who are unaware. But it's definitely it sets the false expectation for the rest of Decentraland because it's a pretty solid gamified experience that as soon as you land in Genesis Plaza, you're like, wait, where are the boxes where I align things up like games, or where are the NPCs giving me quests? There aren't anymore. So it'll be, hopefully we can keep building on that kind of stuff too and make it more
or why am I wearing
welcoming.
why am I winning a tunic and not a thong?
That tunic is so bad. It is so bad. I don't want to besmirch Shibu's work because Shibu's made lots of cool things. But I don't know how that Gen 1 World of Warcraft or tunic got approved. It is so weird and bad and I hate it. No one who gets that's gonna be you know what I need? More of these. But the emote's pretty cool. It's not that one's nice. But I digress.
Yeah,
Hate that tunic.
I don't
Hate
know.
that
Yeah,
tunic.
yeah. I bet Roostone can make some dope ass wearables. How are you today?
Hey guys.
And we did lose Lumi. If Lumi comes back, we'll make sure we invite Lumi back up.
There's so much happening. It's hard to not want to jump in here and talk with you guys about all these things. So much happening this week, and don't put that idea in my head, Jared, because I'll happily pirate Aisha and put her all over the place.
But I bet Doki would accidentally let you have access to all those files. I feel
I can just download it right now.
Doki's got her files. I think when we see those files, I think we're gonna freak out.
Guys, anything that's on the web can be downloaded just in the dev tools, just so you know. Super easy to hack that stuff.
Listen, I am barely
But
able
if you don't own the
turn my
NFT, you
computer.
don't own it. Right click and save is Web 2.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
sure.
But anytime I use my PFP in my picture, guess what I have to do? I have to right click save it because I don't know how to get the picture to my PFP. How many of us have right click saved the pictures that we have right now?
Well, on OpenSea, because it doesn't let you right click save, I have to screenshot it all the time.
Yeah, I was so sad when they changed that. I was like, wait a minute, what? Now I have to have an even worse version of this?
Nobody's talked about Nifty Island yet, and this amazing influx of users exploring it.
Because I'm boycotting
it. I haven't really been using it.
The one influencer was shitting on DCL, and now I'm just taking it out on Nifty
I just
Island.
literally 10 minutes ago was able to finally swap my wallets to the main account that I have now. So I'm starting to peek at it a little bit. But about 4 days ago, I bought and received the Quest 3. So I've been spending a lot of time checking out VR, and I checked out Horizon Worlds. And last night, Mariana and I went on a date to Horizon Worlds and explored that a little bit. And we have some video footage of that experience. Is really interesting. And in my opinion, Horizon Worlds is doing a lot of stuff really, really well. And it's definitely not a ghost town like people are describing. Obviously, it's not like Roblox, but everywhere I've explored in there, people have been in there, and it's pretty wild. VR is insane. And I've been playing a lot of Roblox with my daughter in VR, and VR really blows my mind, and Hyperfi in VR is insane. I finally got to explore Blockbuster Video, and I got to explore my new VR build, and it really is mind blowing. But yeah.
Someday
Slightly
VR
jealous.
and haptic suits will be dope. But I want the full experience. I want the full Ready Player One. I want to,
Yeah, when it's not $2,000 to for entry.
yeah. Yeah, I want the Apple Vision thing so bad, but I also need, to replace my windshield and get new tires on my
I
car
don't
and
really
stuff.
understand the price point of the
And
Vision
eat.
Pro because it's so much more than the Quest 3, and the Quest 3 is pretty phenomenal. I don't know how much better it could possibly be than the Quest 3, honestly.
It's a valid question that hopefully we'll get
it's
answered.
I can answer that, Rustam. Yeah, I got you, bro. So there's a 2000 X increase for Apple, the Apple logo. That's it. That's all it is. That's it, guys. Yeah,
I
you just
we will not sit here and take this Apple hatred. I'm sure it does something. It does the video chat thing. Like you can wear it on your face in video chat, not looking like you're wearing it on your face. That's got to be worth at least a couple 1X.
Okay, but I do want to share the Horizon Worlds community versus the Decentraland community. It was really interesting, and I jumped in there, and I was aware of this one bar that I saw on a YouTube video tour called Gatsby's Bar, and so I remembered that, and I hopped in there, and sure enough, there was like 30 something people in there, all standing around, chatting with each other on their mics, and I didn't feel like talking to anybody, so I was just kind of like eavesdropping on everybody's conversations, and I was just listening to how they were socializing. And it's funny because it was really awkward. It was really awkward conversation. It was like it felt like bored, lonely people that wanted to speak to other people but didn't really know how to socialize entirely. It was strange. Um,
Okay, would somebody ever say that about
no,
us?
no, that's where I'm getting at.
No, because we refuse to use our
That's where I'm getting
microphones.
to though. It's like
Oh,
yeah, we don't we
okay,
don't use
got
our
it.
microphones, but like I mean we've used the microphones in Hyperfly, right? But I think we are very seasoned at being social in the metaverse. And it was funny because yesterday, like I was trying to get other people with VR headsets to come crash it with me, so but CK was busy and Brandon ignored me. But so it was just Mariana and I, and we jumped in there, and Mariana and I were just like having so much fun exploring and trying things. And actually, for the first like I think 25 minutes, I couldn't get my mic to work, so I was like communicating without voice, and she was responding. And I actually have video footage of this that I'll share in the chat. But uh, finally we got the mics to work, and so that we were excited chatting with each other, and we were actually drawing a crowd of people that I feel like were jealous that we were having a real social exchange, not some weird like pretending to be somebody else kind of thing. And people were like we were trying to take pictures in there, and people were photobombing us, and they were interrupting us, and they were complaining about us, like they were jealous. And I really want like 20 of us to just go in there one day and like show them how it's done, because I really think like they haven't figured out how to be real in the metaverse yet. They're still just sort of like AOL chatting it up, and I don't know, guys, get your headsets, man, get your headsets. It's crazy. It opened my eyes. It showed me how far behind Decentraland really is, like, and they really do need to get VR on their roadmap, because it really is a game changer. And like the only thing that sucks about it is how it kind of makes you feel dizzy, you know. And I'll leave it at that. But Mariana, if she wants to come up and talk about her experience, was pretty funny.
She
But
was
then
telling me she still felt nauseous this morning after her time in the metaverse.
to me, a lot of that is like because I got like an Oculus to use with my students in my classroom, and like making sure that you really have fine tuned the vision optic, like that you have those like the right distance like apart, and then also like the focus back and forth, because like yeah, when I first started I felt dizzy, and so I make sure I always put that there, and then yeah, that's really interesting to me. I have a headset, so I guess I should
Yeah,
dust it off
I
and like
research. Yeah,
and
come join it with us, Knessa. But yeah, I did a lot of research on that too. Also, apparently, like lowering the brightness helps a bit. Um, there's a night mode that might help a little bit, which it gives you like the orange lenses sort of, which reduces certain amount of light. But from what I noticed yesterday with Mariana, like if we're moving at all, then we kind of get dizzy. But if we just kind of sit down and don't move, we don't get dizzy.
I think there's got to be some like hacks,
For
because
sure.
like as a like
Well, I know vertical up down motions are real, like the harshest ones for people.
yeah, like on a boat, the way that you avoid seasickness, if you can, is to keep your eyes on the
Right.
horizon. Like no pun intended, but like you that gives your brain something to attach to. And so like learning that one little hack is like a deal, like a, you know, game changer. So I wonder even if there's something like that, or are some people just more, you know, susceptible to those
Yeah.
effects? I don't know, Mariana, how are you
I'm
feeling
like laying
now?
in bed and I'm so nauseous just hearing all.
She had a real sick time with me
Like
yesterday.
are you
I'm
joking?
not.
Like you're still
I'm
sick?
not even kidding you, Canessa. Like I literally just like I just ate for the first time.
Tell them what happened.
No,
Tell them
this
what
is like
happened mid
next
exploration.
level. What?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. So Rasan and I we were first playing volleyball. Really, he was like making me run all over the place because he couldn't speak. I was trying to follow him. I didn't know what he was trying to do. And so then like I to the point of like the horizon, like I think I just got too much motion sickness. I literally just like dropped my headset in the middle of like playing volleyball with like Rastan and ran to the bathroom. Yeah, that was bad.
She threw up. She threw
Okay,
up,
so like
guys. She
maybe
actually threw up.
Literally.
I could see volleyball being like, because like you're looking up, you're like
yeah.
I could definitely see that
Well,
making you want to gag. I could hear
that
that.
and like I like had taken like a 4 hour nap before I like jumped in with Rastan like 5 minutes later, and then like I haven't ate anything, haven't drank any water, so maybe it was part of me not taking care of
No, I
myself.
think it was the VR. The VR really makes me nauseous too.
Yeah, but like before, like I got used to it. Well, last year when I played, but like even like when I played like table tennis with Make, like I was fine. Something about like Horizons, like you're just like running, like it's just you're doing like a lot too much, too fast in like a very short amount of time. And then yeah, it's definitely a loss. I remember now. Rastan and I were starting to just like walk super slowly.
Oh yeah. So
We looked so.
we decided not to run around and to walk as slow as possible from spot to spot to see if that would help.
I feel like that's like the drunk person who like
Exactly.
you guys had a party, but now like you're gonna like it's just gonna be bad, and so you're like, hey, maybe if I suddenly drink enough water, it'll reverse the effects of the last 5 hours.
But we like legit looked so drunk in front of all these people because how we were walking.
No, they were hating on us. They wanted to be us.
Yeah, and then like we were like vlogging super loud. Not loud, like we were normal, but like they got mad at us that we were vlogging loud.
Well, there's like different rules in different like platforms, because I had I had a student who was 18 and he was in VR chat a lot. And I think like most of his life was in VR chat, but like he's like, well, I'm Lord Darkwing when I go in, and of course I'm like, okay, Lord Darkwing, but now I'm like, well, I'm Canessa, so I guess somebody could make fun of me too. But so they were like wanting you to be quieter. I guess like those rules, maybe that I don't know. Like I
They
guess
were
we
all
have
No,
different
loud.
they
rules. Like
like it's weird
You
because
kids
like
stop having
there was
fun.
conversations happening that seemed pretty real, but they almost always devolved into like juvenile talk. It was like weird, awkward conversations, and and pretty like right off the bat, Mariana, like when I finally got my mic working, we were just like two old friends from real life chatting it up, you know. And to me, I don't know if I think Mariana, you probably agree. Like to me, it felt like they were jealous. They were jealous that we were like being real, and they weren't.
Yeah. It was probably a mix of like what's the word, annoyance. Like there were like a few people that came up to us randomly, just like kind of like how we have like those crazy people in Decentraland that just won't leave us alone.
Yeah.
But a mix of that, and then yeah, of course, yeah, we were very like, I think our energy was just like louder than everyone
Yeah.
else's. Maybe that's what it
Part
was.
of it. Yeah.
Like like we actually knew each other.
I'm just waiting for like a Horizons World user to like request to come up to speak and be like,
Yeah.
"Nah, these two were crazy. They
Yeah.
were on the table. They were being loud. They were throwing chairs. They're lying."
Pretty much. Pretty much. So
We were in there having our meeting, and they came in and were just very judgmental, very harsh.
It was pretty. It's pretty
We had to
awesome though.
figure out what to do with the
Other
dude.
than the nausea, it's pretty awesome. Also, by the
Yeah.
way, like the day before, I was exploring the Poker Stars VR poker setup, and it's incredible.
My friend
It's
loves
absolutely
that. I played it for like
incredible.
20 minutes one time.
Like I want ice poker to become that so bad. It was so realistic. I really felt like I was sitting at a poker table with 6 other people, and like you can pick up the chips individually and throw them, and they go where you throw them. Like you can throw. I like accidentally whipped my cards when I was folding at another player's face, and he got offended.
Well, next year Mariana's going to give me the VR headset she wins from the video contest, so then I'll get in on that action. Tobek must have
Wait,
like a pile of VR headsets at this
there
point.
was a list for this. I won after Jared, Mariana. Shot me down after
I'm still
Jared.
heated. I'm
Sounds
still
good.
heated about that video contest because they never like used my video that I submitted.
Oh, didn't you like barely like? No, you didn't even miss it. Like you like made like a
It was too
longer
long, but
video.
they didn't even include it in like the submissions. Like they just completely
Yeah,
ignored it.
Well,
Yeah, yours was like the most
that's
unique out of them, if I can remember.
you didn't follow the rules, you know?
Do I ever
Foundation has a hard enough time making
Jared,
good
do
on
I
things it
ever
did.
follow the rules? Come on.
Well, probably once on accident. But you know, you didn't follow the rules. They are sticklers for the rules. They are. I don't know anything about Argentina except for that the people of Argentina value the rules. You will not transgress them, sir.
So about the rules of the poker, you're saying that like a person who is it like a ice owner who plays every week at Diamond Hands, like with these hard ass Web3 poker players, you went to Horizon Worlds and threw your cards at
Oh
somebody in
man, they're a bunch
VR?
of donks though, because it's free play, so nobody was taking the chips seriously, so they were playing really stupid. I still left a winner, but man, it was like, and talk about conversations spinning downward. It was like it wasn't great, but the
I feel
experience
like the
was awesome.
conversation at the VR poker table would be like because like poker players in IRL are inherently the most miserable, curmudgeonly people on the planet. And then you combine that with the nerdy, you know, Horizon World, you know, immaturity, and I feel like that is a conversation that is bound to
Yeah,
just
and
be
there's like all these
not suitable for
there's all these
reproducing for.
weird and cool props that just appear out of nowhere at the table, like guns, and like so some people start shooting each other, and cigarettes and cigars, and people smoking, and people were like sharing each other's cigarettes, and then there was this like one little animated doggy that appeared on the table, and you could pick it up and play with it, and you can make it smoke. It would actually smoke the cigarettes.
Okay. That's the Poker Stars official product. Lets you shoot each other
Yeah,
and let
I
animals
was
smoke
honestly not that cool
cigarettes.
about the gun part. Like there was one dude, like I didn't, my mic wasn't working, and this one dude pointed the gun at me, and I didn't like how that felt, you know. But
Yeah, that seems like a very reasonable thing to not enjoy, and I'm actually like, because like Poker Stars is not like a a nothing podunk thing, and I'm sure Facebook doesn't let you shoot guns at each other. I would imagine, but because Poker Stars is their own thing. But that's wild to me it's so American. It's just so like Midwest
Like the only thing I
American. Just
liked
like
about the gun was like it was like one of those old Western guns, right? With the where you spin the whatever it's called with the bullet.
a
Yeah.
revolver.
And so like one shot would be a bullet and then another shot would be like confetti, which I thought was cool. And I was like, that's a cool idea for like Russian roulette. Like I would love to play Russian roulette, virtually with the revolver. And then like when it's not a bullet, it's confetti, and when it's a bullet, you're done.
Yeah, I'm okay if it's like a little sign that comes out and says "bang." That's fine, I guess. Like that I could live with. But I do feel like I mean, I don't know. Maybe just as an American who's had to like block the words like school shooting from my
Yeah,
Twitter feed, I
totally.
just am like, like maybe we don't need
We need
so
less of
many.
that. We need less.
Yeah, like tomatoes are cool. Like let's throw tomatoes at each other. Even a paintball gun. Like okay, that's fine. I once accidentally shot my friend with a paintball gun from point blank. That's also he found that traumatizing. Don't the reason I don't own a gun and will never own a gun is because my exact words were moments before shooting him point blank while he was driving. Were don't worry, the safety's on. Because his words were, Jared, don't point that at me. So anyway, I don't own guns. I don't like he owns guns now and I don't like it when he hands them to me because I'm like, do you not remember? And then he takes it back and unchambers or not unchambers it, but pulls out the clip. Like, why is anyone handing me a loaded gun? This is the worst decision. Anyway, we've gotten off topic.
Actually,
Moral of the story
back
is
to
guns are
Horizon
bad.
Worlds,
Okay?
like the onboarding experience was really solid. I was still very impatient as I always am, even with like the poker onboarding experience, but they were both really well done, really good. And if the foundation is listening to this at any point, I really hope they explore Horizon Worlds and see how they're doing it, because I think the best thing you can possibly do with any business is copy what Facebook is doing, because that's how they get good at it. They copy all the best startups and steal their ideas.
So I started blasting, right? And
Yeah. Guns are bad. Don't hand me them. I get incredibly anxious. And I live in Vermont, so everyone just mocks me for my my anxiety. It's the most liberal place that is also totally cool with just all the firearms. It's a very weird paradox of a place because usually when you're surrounded by liberals, you're also surrounded by anti-gun laws. But Vermont, you have this weird marriage of very liberal place, but don't you take our guns. That's why Bernie got in so much trouble about his gun stance because super liberal dude, but he's like, well, like, and Vermont has doesn't up until the pandemic when all the New Yorkers moved here, there was no very minimal violence. You New Yorkers and city slickers ruined it for everybody. But anyway, the metaverse doesn't need guns. I support Decentraland's fairly firm anti-gun policy.
I definitely need to at one point get a VR headset and join Rustan in Mariana and Horizon Worlds. Rustan, did Mariana, like as she was puking outside the headset, was there like an animation of her puking inside Horizon World as
Yeah, I
well?
didn't tell her this, but yes. No, I'm just kidding.
That would be pretty fantastic.
The avatar just kept leaning over this side of the bridge.
There could be like AI motion capture when if like you start like heaving and having those like convulsions like throwing up in real life, it like triggers.
Well, it is
Your
interesting
avatar to do
when
the
you're
same.
looking at the other avatars, you can tell who's sitting and who's standing and who's sort of paying attention and who's not because of the way their arms are positioned. Because like you can't really hide anything. It's like it's tracking your hand movements and your face movements and everything. It's pretty wild.
Wait, will my RBF translate to the metaverse?
It not yet, but I think at some point it will.
Because as a man with incredible resting bitch face. I don't need that in the metaverse. Let my words push people away. I don't need my face to do it too.
Jared, you would be such a delight in Horizon Worlds.
I wouldn't have believed you if you hadn't started giggling halfway through that sentence. But the fact that you started giggling halfway through that sentence really put some sus on it.
We needed you last night.
Are we gonna rehome Jared to Horizon Worlds?
Here, Jared, check out this great place. You're gonna love it. Make some friends. Never.
It's like the angry dog that like the van pulls up and like throws the dog out and like slams the door and drives away. I'm sorry, Jared, but like you were, oh my gosh.
Jared, there was a nice canoe. You would have had so much fun on the canoe. I promise.
We all would have a lot of fun. I really want a bunch of us to crash that again.
Okay, set it up. Tell us like what do we need? We need a headset, and then do we like? It's been a long time.
You just
since I've
need a
played.
headset.
Well, there is a
download.
You just need a.
You don't need a headset for Horizon Worlds, do you? Don't they have a 2D
I don't think so.
entry?
I don't think so.
Or did I sign up for? I feel like they were working on it at one point because I remember like feeling like there was a mobile version or something that they
I
were.
don't know
like,
anything about that.
I filled out a thing for. I think it's.
But
I never got emailed back about getting whitelisted, so maybe it doesn't exist.
you have
yet.
to connect. You can connect your Facebook or Instagram account, and so I connected my Instagram, and it like connected me to like friends that I have on Instagram, which included Mariana and Brandon Manis, and so I connected them, and so basically, when you connect, you'll be able to friend me if we're friends on Instagram, and then we can organize something.
Well, you let the people know and tell us when.
There is web and mobile Horizon Worlds. I just don't actually know. I'm gonna click this link and see if it works.
Like, I could pretty much go any night. You guys tell me when you want to do it, and I'll do it.
I did get a chance to use the headset. My nephew got it for Christmas. So when you guys plan something, definitely let me know so I could borrow my nephew's headset. I did try it out. I did try it out to help my nephew set it up. Fast forward to the onboarding. I played a game. I want to talk about touch on what Rustan said about the conversations in these rooms. But I played some free game that they had. I had no idea what I was getting into. It was like some guerrilla game where you would kind of place your hands on the ground and move and pick snowballs.
I think it's called Gorilla Arms. My daughter immediately wanted to use that one. It's pretty popular.
Yeah, that was the one. So I didn't know it was like there was other people in it. I thought it was all just NPCs. So I was in there, and then all these, I guess, kids were talking. And I was like, they sounded far, but then as they get closer, I can hear them better. I was like, oh, okay. So this is like the depth perception of the sound. And they started throwing snowballs at me. And I was like, are these real people? And then one of the kids, I don't know how old he was, but it sounded like a kid. He's like, yeah, we're real people, asshole. I was like, all right, great. I was like, I guess this is what my nephew got his hands into. So he puts the headset on, and I guess there's a parental control where you can watch from your phone. So the mom was watching, and she started hearing these kids like just say all these terrible things. I don't know how old they are or whatnot. You know, we don't know the age, but just saying all these terrible things and derogatory terms. And my nephew's 9, so his mom was like, "Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna keep using this thing." But he's found different games since then, so he's been able to use it. But yeah, that was my first experience with the with the headset and the gorilla game. Just getting yelled at by a bunch of kids.
Actually,
there is 2D. I'm in a Horizon Worlds thing right now. My avatar is fat, which I don't know how they knew that about me. I'm a little offended.
There was something that happened yesterday too at the Gatsby's bar. So Gatsby bar is specifically 18 plus, and actually I noticed 3 times while I was there in 2 days that someone younger than that would join, and immediately the group of people in the space would vote to kick them out. So we had talked about being able to vote to kick people out on Decentraland. That's implemented in Gatsby's bar at least. And there was one point where Mariana and I, when after she finished feeling sick, she came back into the world, and we found like a little corner section where there was no one bothering us. And when I was working out the mic, and this kid came up to us, and he was, in my opinion, clearly like 12 years old, and so I talked to him real quick, and initiated for the first time I initiated having him voted to be kicked out, and like they got rid of him in like 2 minutes. It was really interesting.
Oh, I wonder if my mic's.
I think we also like I don't know, like I don't know if you guys are playing game like my Fortnite crew. They're talking some major shit against each other too. So like it's not just a problem for Horizon Worlds or anything like that. Like it's anytime you're gonna like
Yeah,
talk
it's
about
the same
people
thing
online,
in
but even if you like
it's the same thing in Roblox too. Like there's just, kids being kids pretty much. But I do
I'll
I
tell
do
you what,
notice that
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Roblox, man, there are a lot of really kind kids too, which blew my mind. And but I can't, like, I think Decentraland has desensitized my social shyness, and like in all these different worlds I walk right in. Like Roblox, my daughter was surprised that I went into this VR world in Roblox and just started like interacting with people even without a mic. And I was like I often do, I get people to like copy me and like join me or do things. So like within like 3 minutes I had people sitting with me in a little swimming pool in Roblox, and it was pretty funny, and I got them all to start dancing and everything.
I try to do that in Fortnite. I go stand in the middle of the road and do the hug emote, but nobody comes and hugs me.
you guys are soft. You're talking about kids going crazy on chats. Like that's like my everyday Call of Duty
Call
lobby.
of Duty's different though.
I do see
Nobody
Brandon's
hugs
hands
in Call
up.
of Duty. Nobody. But Kanessa, maybe someday you and I can go
Nope,
out to
nobody
Call of
nobody
Duty and
hugs
hug.
me either, man. Nobody hugs me either. They shoot me with their
They shoot
SMG.
you in the
But
face.
go ahead, Brandon. They do. One of these days, somebody's gonna hug me. Come. If you see somebody standing in the middle of the road wanting a hug, that's me. Brandon, go for it.
Me and Sin hugging Call of Duty all the time. Fuck y'all. If you guys do have like the Oculus 2 or like the old VR shit, definitely check out. There's a game called VR Chat, and there is multiple crazy communities in there. Even the people that like are actually part of the deaf community, when they joined VR Chat community made a whole like legit whole new language, new sign language for these users. So like there's VR Chat sign language. There is like a little island thing called 100 Avatars, and that's made by Polygon Minds. That's where Polygon Minds got their foot in the door back in the day. So if you guys have the VR, definitely get on VR Chat. Check out just that whole community because it's wild, and the 100 Avatars is definitely a good place to go get some cool avatars. And it's also made by Polygon Minds.
Yeah,
So
definitely. We were gonna go there yesterday, Mariana and I, and but then my battery died, so we couldn't. But that's definitely on the to-do list. I think VR chat is probably like number one as far as like metaverse platforms, realistically, right? But and actually, like looking at that and reviewing, there was a recent. I'll see if I can find it. There's a recent tour of VR chat that's really interesting that was posted in Last Slice recently, I think, by Grins, and um, the closest thing to that, in my opinion, is VoxVN's Club Anata build in Hyperfy, and like really, VoxVN is a godsend to us Web3 metaverse peeps. He's really pushing the limits, and I think what he's built is probably even better than VR chat. They just don't even know it yet, you know?
How do I get my DG gear into Horizon Worlds? I want my I want my DCO wearables. I want to be able to make an outfit. I don't want to come across someone wearing the exact same clothes as me. How do I make this happen? Who do I need to get
Yeah,
sauce
see,
to talk
that's
to?
like that. Well, Dress X is in there. They have their own clothing, but I guess it's supposedly, from what I hear, it's hard to become like a wearable creator in Horizon Worlds. Like you have to go through hoops.
I suspect the Metaverse Casino is probably going to have a hard time getting Zuck's approval. Darn. They have a lot of outfits. It's just like you can't mix and match. It's just like, do you want this outfit or that outfit? It's not like, do you want these pants with this shirt? So that's my only objection at the moment.
Well, I'm keeping a list of all the things that Decentraland does better than other metaverses, and I'm putting that on the list. Is we get to pick our clothes out.
Yeah,
Well,
but I think the custom ability.
you can pick your clothes out in Horizon Worlds. You just can't make your own or
But you
sell them.
But you can't mix
No,
and
you
match.
can. You can change your glasses and your shirts and your pants and shoes and stuff, but it's all pre-made stuff, and you can buy it.
I just see only outfits as an option. So it's like the shirt and the
Maybe
pants
just on
change.
mobile, right? But in VR, you can pick whatever you want.
Or 2D, yeah, or the web
Yeah.
thing, maybe. Yeah. Fine. Maybe
No,
that's
it's true because I picked
Well,
my
that's how I
outfit. I
play
look pretty GQ. Mariana
Decentraland.
can tell you that I was like the GQest guy there.
He had a nice outfit. Yeah, he looked really nice.
I haven't seen any of the Star Wars because the only thing I know about Horizon Worlds is that I watched one YouTuber who's got some good content. He was like, I'm spending 100 days in Horizon Worlds, and he spent a lot of time with the dude dressed as Darth Vader. And I'm not seeing Darth Vader as an option.
Yeah, there's like a lot of I don't know if it's legally licensed stuff. Like there was someone wearing a Chicago Bulls shirt yesterday, and like all sorts of like branding that I don't know if it's legit. You know, I don't know how that went down or what the deal is.
So do you guys know of any other like metaverse or gaming platform where you can personalize as much as you can here? Like, I mean, it's cool that like Roblox, you get to choose your hair, your top, and your bottom. And then like Fortnite, you get a skin, and then you get to like put a backpack on and a weapon. I'm not sure about Horizon Worlds, but like think about like we get a face, a hair, a shirt, hands, pants, feet, jewelry, top head. Like there's that.
Yeah, I think
I don't know.
DCL dominates in that, especially the fact that like we can capitalize it on ourselves too. The other like Roblox, there's like the only value is the Roebuck, right, which doesn't translate to $1, and then Horizon World seems like the only way you can make money is to be approved as a creator, which I obviously haven't tried that out yet, but DressX has. So
what we need to do is get Sauce to collab with DressX, and then that's how I can get my puffer.
I bet
the
Sauce
meta.
can get in there. I bet DG can do it for sure.
Rustan, I'm thinking you can get in
Yeah,
there, man. Like if you can't get in there,
I
there's
just
no
don't
hope
know
for
if I
any of
want
us.
to.
Sell out.
Facebook has never ever been good to me. Facebook or Instagram, and I am definitely not welcome there with my artwork for sure.
Free the nipple.
Rustan, you are always welcome on my platforms.
Thank you, Sinner.
Maybe we can find one wearable that we all agree on, and we can ask DressX to make it for us.
Hell yeah.
Horizon. I'll do that.
Could it say "Come to Decentraland"?
Yes.
We have
Exactly.
what do we have?
I don't know.
We have so many friends.
We have custom emotes.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. We have emotes.
We have Jim Cedric.
There is no Zuck.
We don't charge 40%. Actually, could we have like our wearable policy?
Yeah, seriously. That's a huge advantage. No, you're right,
So-
Vanessa.
Rustan said the word Robux, and it reminded me of like me literally walking into my local gas station, looking to the left, and the first thing I see is Robux like
Oh yeah.
cards. When the Decentraland
Those are
cards.
like for my girls, those are like the best possible Christmas gifts. You can get them. It's crazy.
So like it makes me wonder like how do we get in big box offices like or big box stores like these with our little mana cards like would there be a way to actually like be able to buy mana that way like from like the conversion of IRL money into card and then you just like scratch out the code and get some
I don't
mana?
see why.
I
I
think
don't
that
see why
works
that's
pretty
not possible.
well.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But AJ, didn't he used to talk about that?
Odd job.
Like there was somebody that wanted to like make a proposal to give out like $10
Oh,
crypto
that's a cool
cards.
idea. I was he-
I
I
think it
was
was
heated in Roblox because I was playing this game with my daughter and this character walks by, this avatar walks by with a shark head on, a really cool shark head. And I was like, oh, I want that shark head. And she's like, I think I have it. And my daughters each have shark heads. And I was like, send me that. And they can't send it. They can't send what they own. They can't even share what they own to other people, let alone sell. I guess you could sell it for Robux. So I guess I could buy it from her. But
Well, you can sell it, but you can't give it
yeah,
away.
yeah,
That's so
I
weird.
know. We're spoiled.
we need to start making. I'm serious. We need to start making a sheet of like each metaverse because like Fortnite, you can gift people skins, but I believe only if you haven't bought it. Like you can buy it and gift it right there, but you can't gift something you already own. But I want to see
That's
how like that
weird.
breaks
Why would
down.
they do that?
That's
Do
so
you know?
greedy.
Do you know how many 8-year-olds ask me if I can gift them something? I'm like, no.
That should be on the T-shirt for Horizon Worlds and Roblox. Like, come to DCL, we can gift you free swag, free drip,
Okay, we look so cringe now.
and we need like a creepy van parked outside the build.
I was just thinking we need the white van.
Painted windows in the back.
Rustan, have you tried any of like the exercise apps on the Oculus yet? Like I haven't
That's
even
like
downloaded.
last on my to-do list. I did
I'm
I
just like,
did I did do boxing, which was
I'm
really cool.
curious if the motion sickness is as like bad as Horizons, or if it's because we were like running around in Horizons. Like I just want to know like what the
Like I
like
want to play that tennis game. I just don't want to pay for
oh
anything. Like I already
yeah, I
spent
know.
like $500 on this stupid headset, and now I gotta spend like minimum $10 on everything else. They have like $60 games and
I
stuff,
know.
and it's like Jesus, what can I get for free? But I got
Yeah, that was
they
the
let you
only app
try
I
things
actually
out.
bought.
Some things have trials.
Yeah, the table tennis one was the only one that I ever bought so far. So
That's like I watched all these YouTube videos on what are the best games, and that's like always in the top 10, the table tennis. So I'm willing to spend $10 for that, I think.
Am I really the only person that sees Nifty Island all over Twitter just shitting on Decentraland or replying to whoever the first anyone shitting on Decentraland? Am I really the
I
only
haven't
one?
seen
Because we got
I
Spotty
haven't
out
seen
here
that.
right now shitting on Decentraland, saying I know how to fix it. It's called Nifty Island.
Oh
And
shit.
then Nifty Island's right there going, if you play with us, you'll always be our top priority. Like, come
Wow.
on, guys. How do you guys
Uh,
Yeah,
feel
it,
like let him shit all
let's
over
talk
your
about Nifty Island
community?
now because I want to hear
it
about
it's
that.
only a
I
matter
want to
of
hear what it means.
time. It's only a matter of time. Like
It
I'm
just drives
upset
me
that
until
crazy.
they
happened.
disappoint everyone.
Just fucking I mean I think Spotty's a bully who likes to harass women and promote bigots, but I also just think that like he's just such a butthurt man baby. Fucking and the dude will just harass like some poor girl who wants nothing to do with it, but then like, anyone who actually has anything to say to him would like he'll just, block him and pretend like it's not happening. And it's just like, come on, man. Have some self-respect and like actually, not bully women who don't
Well,
want to be
on a
bullied. And
side note, I know you would like to finish that sentence, but we don't want to really like kick anyone down here. But like as far as Nifty Island goes, I don't I just I'm like it's great. Like it's just another place for all of us to visit. Like, like it's not the Nifty Island is not the Decentraland, and the Decentraland is not Nifty Island. At least from what I've seen, I don't have any personal experience. It looks like a game. It looks like a fun metaverse game where everyone can like, put their insert their avatars into and enjoy what it is that we like love about like being in Web3, which is like metaverse applications. Brandon, I see your hand is up.
I have spent the last 24 hours in it, and I'm fucking obsessed, and I love it. It is so any gamer that has gone in, like any gamer that has joined Decentraland, there's that slight disappointment, right? Nifty Island itches what Decentraland can't with the gaming side of things. It is fucking perfect. You can go in there, chill with your friends, vibe out as hella NFTs. Like it's cool just walking in and seeing a fucking one of those NFT whatever beasts. Everyone's in there. Just you walk in, people are vibing, people are playing, and then I hop off of there and go watch something at True. It's what we need. It was perfect.
I mean, if it was perfect, it wouldn't need to shit on other things to promote itself. But I guess
Yeah, I think it's just so new, and you know how like Web3 is, like something new comes out, and it's like it's mainly the bros that are just like, that's an old toy. They just throw it to the ground and then pick up Nifty Island. There's like, yeah, this is new. They're in all honesty, like it's just another world in parallel. Yeah, I mean, I have no personally, I have no like feelings of like, oh, this is a Decentraland killer. I think it could inspire Decentraland to be better, possibly. I mean, I hope the Foundation is scared of Nifty Island and will
I'm not
make.
saying it's a Decentraland killer. I'm just saying that the way they're choosing to market it themselves is to just, find people shitting on Decentraland or to pay people to shit on Decentraland to hype themselves up. And I just think that's kind of,
They're
not
doing
really
what
that's not how you build
they're,
something. That's how
they're
you,
doing exactly what it took for someone like President Trump to become president of the United States. It's an effective way of like marketing yourself in this current world that we live in, unfortunately.
Throw money at it and talk shit. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, we'll see in the long run. Let's talk about Nifty Island in 3 years. See if there is still that like community that's still shitting on the Central End. Perhaps if they're still there, then yeah, there may be some substance there, and yeah,
So,
whatever. Like, good for
so I
them.
guess
well,
Decentraland's working on this new client, and I think there's two ways to think about that. Either this new client that they're working on is going to be the most amazing thing, and they're using all their manpower to focus their energy on that, which is why we're seeing such bad, like response to bugs and things like that in the current Decentraland, or they're just stalling and raking in their mana payments and whatever money they're making working for the foundation. So I'm hoping it's the first.
I mean, some like one good advice that I've heard is when you get triggered, like start to get curious. Like, why are we triggered by that? Like, why should that bother us at all if somebody, disses our world? And so instead of getting mad, I'm like curious. Like, is there any validity to what they're saying? Like, how dare somebody complain about a party that I have to refresh at 8 times to listen to the music? Like, then my wearables don't load. Like there is it take the emotion away, take the feelings away. Like there are flaws here. I mean the foundation themselves are saying we're going to rebuild from scratch. Like none of this is unvalidated. Like it's okay to say, "Hey, this isn't working." Like so then how are you
no,
going to fix it? Like you
no
dig in
one
and you get better.
no one thinks Decentraland's shittier than I think Decentraland is. The difference is that like the Nifty Island is literally like paying people to like shit on the Fatui polygonal mine made, and a bunch of people here hyping a polygonal mine project have no issue with that. Or just that's the thing that pisses me off isn't the people saying Decentraland sucks. It's the fact that the people who have like invested in polygonal mine have no problem hyping up a thing that is literally paying people to shit on their bags, and it just bums me out because I just feel like there's no. It just I don't know. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I just don't like it.
Skill ratio. I think that's the problem.
I had early access to Nifty Island with my recently hacked wallet, and I was very impressed with what they were building. Wasn't super excited about it at any point really. I was late to the game with this recent push on Nifty Island that everyone's jumping in, and I just was exploring VR and exploring all these other things that I didn't have a chance to sit down and look at that. And then just literally like in the last 2 days, I started looking into it and trying to get my new wallet connected to replace my old wallet, which has really been the big thing that has slowed me down on that. But today I noticed like they have their own marketplace that you can buy and sell VRMs, instant uploading of VRMs with Polygon. But what's concerning is like people are doing that without recognizing the IP of what they're uploading, and it's being accepted and being able to be sold. That's a huge problem in my opinion. I think what they've built as far as like gamification and encouraging people to build and create is really solid. So they're doing a lot of things that are, I think, creating the bar level to where all platforms should strive for in a way.
So if you want to bring your VRM there, like how yeah, I don't know, like if I wanted to bring mine, like would I need to create that? Like is the VRM exporter of Decentraland how people are getting their avatars to Nifty Island?
From the best of my understanding, you have to export the VRM from Decentraland and you have to mint it on the Nifty Island marketplace to create an NFT using that asset, which that's not cool. Even though, like, according to Jared and Decentraland write-ups, we
Yeah, if you own a wearable, you
own
own the
IP
IP,
rights. So,
so
like,
you're
we're
pretty.
legally apparently okay to do that. I think that's not right. I think that's not ethical. But that's how you do it. Now that Nifty Island NFT does not load in Hyperfy because Ash, Connell, and Hyperfy has to enable Nifty Island NFT contracts to be usable in Hyperfy, which I'm assuming will be done at some point. But with that said, also like
But you can just upload that VRM into Hyperfy,
right,
though.
but I'm
Can't
talking
you?
about the NFT contract, not just the VRM. But on
Got it.
Vipe.io, if you mint a custom Vipe VRM or a custom VRM on Vipe.io, that won't work in Nifty Island. I just found out. So there's like things that are still not set in stone yet, but currently I think it's a huge problem. But also Monoverse, like in order to upload your VRM, you have to basically create an NFT that could be purchased by other people if you'd laid it out that way. Which
you can only sell it in Monoverse if you get it into a single. What's the thing you did that time for me? Maybe.
all right,
Never
because you have
sold
to
it though.
optimize it, right?
It has to be a single mesh.
Yeah.
That's what the word I'm looking for.
Optimize it. Same with OnCyber. You have to optimize the VRMs, otherwise they won't be accepted. But it seems I didn't try uploading a VRM yet into Nifty Island, but I believe there's like a 3 megabyte limit, so that's pretty optimized.
Because I mean, couldn't you like wear the Coca-Cola shirt on your avatar and maybe some like artifact shoot?
Yeah.
And then I would love to see somebody try to push that through. And
It'll go
like,
through.
wow,
It'll
would
go
I?
through on Nifty Island, from what I understand.
Okay, I mean, Coca-Cola might be like, sweet, bro, thanks.
I
Like, I
doubt
don't
it.
care,
Yeah.
but I also, yeah,
They probably didn't know that they were giving away their IP when they allowed a wearable to be made with their logo
Yeah,
on
most
it.
likely.
Oh my gosh.
To be fair, Toonpunk didn't know that because when I was talking to him about my glasses being used, he was not under the he was didn't seem he was like, no, I've literally been telling every major brand to come in here and that they would still own their
Is
IP.
there a freak of nature in this space right now that actually read all the legal stuff mumbo jumbo when it comes to wearables in Decentraland before they created and bought or sold a wearable?
Before? No, of course not. You only do it after,
Right.
when they're pissed off that someone's
Exactly.
potentially
And that
screwing
includes Coca-Cola, apparently.
Well, they could probably be like, well, the creative director at the time told us X, so whatever this says is invalid since blah blah blah. I feel like they probably have a case. My case not as strong.
It's kind of sad how like the community knows not to trust the foundation, but it's like any brand that comes in will probably be like, "Yo, let's out of everything, let's trust the foundation." Yeah.
Yes, because Web3 laws and Web3 legal, ramifications are so crystal clear and laid out in a linear fashion that everybody can easily access. Like, holy moly, the shitstorm that's going to come just when some brands realize, like, oh, we'll just throw our lawyers at them. Like that legal paperwork that doesn't stick. Wow, like, wow.
They'll be in for a rude awakening when it's like, oh, just message the Decentraland legal team, and legal team is just like never gets back to them because they're just awful. I should put up a proposal for a new Decentraland legal team,
I
actually.
mean, I'm sure they were very surprised when they learned that their uncommon wearables wouldn't sell for 350 mana.
Someday 5,000 counts will be super collectible. I swear, someday. Please believe me. And I'm talking to myself.
Oh no, we lost Brandon. I thought he had a super powerful and moving point he wanted to make. Or maybe he just wanted to say bye.
I'm actually curious if the Decentraland had a potential partnership with Nifty Island. Like I wonder if we actually even like not we, but like the partnerships team ever reached out to Nifty Island to be a part of their community. Because I was actually really surprised not to see the Decentraland as its own category in the communities. Like literally, like there's like 200 other communities listed underneath Nifty Island and not the Decentraland. So like I wonder if that's like on us or if that's on the partnerships or if that's like on Nifty Island not wanting the Decentraland. Like I was just really surprised on that
Yeah,
aspect.
that's a good question.
They probably fired that part of the foundation, I'd assume. That went along with the events.
They probably didn't know who to contact at the foundation, which is usually where I end up.
Right. I don't know. It was definitely like a miss opportunity, I could say.
Yamel, if you're listening, you're fucking up. On that note, I see Metaverse 3 has popped up. On that positive note, I guess we can segue. What's up?
Hi, it's CK. I forgot I was on this account, to be honest, but we, giving some shout outs to Metaverse 3. No, I jumped up because Brandon had his hand raised, and I assume maybe he was going to say some of the things that I'm about to say, which is on Nifty Island, if you have an NFT in your wallet that is a VRM, it will appear like in your app, like when you go to change your avatar, you'll see your NFTs and you can select them that way as well, in addition to creating your own. I think the understanding is that if people are adding in other VRMs, like if they don't own the IP, you do the create for free and you make it one for yourself. So like that way you're not putting it on the marketplace for other people to buy. But yeah, I think it gets very hairy because it doesn't seem like there's a curation. It's literally like you select your GLB or whatever, I've been doing GLBs, and then you like fill in some details, you set whatever the settings are, and then you say like create free, and then it just like builds it, and all you do is wait for it to build, and that's it. So just
There's no browser for that, right? I'd have to download a thing if I wanted
no,
to base
you do
myself.
create on the browser, but you play within a client that you download. It's like a both browser and client experience.
It just makes me wonder, like for CloneX, the rule of using your IP in CloneX, you can't have the artifact logo, you can't have the Nike logo, you can't have any artifact imagery, basically. So that all has to be removed. And then the Beast is similar. You can't have the letters AKCB or Kid Called Beast included on your usage of these things, but you can commercialize these things as long as you follow those rules. And already, like, I know that there's a whole bunch of beasts that uploaded their VRM. It's kind of interesting because I'm getting all these DMs now asking me about my convert your beast to VRM tutorials now because they've finally found interest in creating their own VRMs for this use, which I think is really exciting, you know. But they like people don't understand IP, and then I wonder like what's going to happen, you know, in 5 years if this thing does become more normal. Are brands going to come back and start suing people regularly, or is it just going to be like, this is too much headache? They'll only worry about it with people who actually make a significant amount of profit.
Yeah, I also wonder how it works too with the projects that are sort of partnershiped in, you know, because I believe Clonex and Woody's and Vipes and things like that have all been working in collaboration with Nifty
True,
Island in
true.
order to have that. So I would assume that if a Kid Called Beast is also one of those partners, that they probably won't go after people unless they're making a lot of money or really abusing that. But if an individual just uploads it for themselves, I doubt that they'll like try to get them to take it down. But who knows?
Well, I mean, this is cool. Like, it looks amazing. The graphics are awesome, but it's just a different, not to say beast, but it's a different beast. It's like saying
Yeah,
that like Twitter is better than Pinterest or Pinterest is better than Instagram. Like, they're not for the same purpose. Like, if you want to make a fucking dope ass shooter game, go to Nifty Island. But like, if you want to like host a club and you want people to randomly come by, or like we hosted MMA fights from Dubai today, like that's Decentraland. Like they're just, I don't know, to me, I guess I feel like it's like I used to get like frustrated by competition. This isn't competition.
The,
Like this
the
is
argument is not valid.
yeah, like we can have it all. Like I could have my avatar and then I could go to Nifty Island and then I could go to Hyperfight and then I could go to fucking I can go to Roblox. I could go
And
backwards 2D work like web 2. Just I don't see why people have to be either or. Like we can have it all.
I
I don't
think
know.
yeah,
Right, but next Tuesday when you guys are all partying at Spotty's, just remember that because he didn't get his grant, any chance he gets, he just shits all over Decentraland for the
which
likes.
seems to be a
don't worry, I
common
won't be
trend.
partying at
I
Spotty.
notice everybody loses all hope if their grant doesn't pass. It's really interesting.
hmm.
Hey, I might fud it way more often than I would have if the founder hadn't accused me of blackmail, but I didn't leave.
Well, I just want to note that if you have a Mac with an M1 chip, I was able to run Hyperfly DCL and Nifty Island at the same time the other day while being in a Discord call. So,
It's
just
true.
saying, you don't have
It's
to choose
true.
one over the other.
I do that all the time with my M1.
I mean, I think it's just oh, I can't see. Is Metaverse 3 speaking? Were you speaking, CK?
Yeah, she mentioned that she's able to use all the metaverses at once with her Mac M1 chip.
Nice. Sorry, I've been rigging, so I think sometimes I'm like, I don't want to speak over you.
They got that Mac hotness. Quan, hope you're listening. They didn't say when they're goddamn PC anything. No, Mac. That's right. It's the
Are you Mac,
best.
Jared?
I'm using a PC right now, but if I could, if when I'm not broke again, I'll be a Mac back on my Mac bandwagon. But you know, right now, you know, a little broke. So you know, I get it.
Yeah,
But
Mac or Hyperfire was built on a Mac by Ash, so it's like it favors Macs.
I'm totally content with Decentraland. I guess I can call myself a Decentraland maxi. But
Are you out there shitting on other metaverses?
no, I don't. I mean, I don't even go there, but we have another young fan, but yeah, she's always on Roblox, and whenever I turn on Decentraland, she takes over and she's like, "Let me go run here." But yeah, I feel like Roblox is geared towards a younger generation, like kids. Oh, okay. There's 17 plus. Oh, they have voice chat. This is why I wasn't sure if I should come up because I have my daughter with me and she loves to be part of the convo. But yeah,
Wait, is
no,
Roblox supposed to be for 17 plus?
I guess
Because that
so.
is for sure
No,
not.
they have.
That is not.
I think they have like sections with requirements, and some that most don't.
I think too there's like settings where if you're under a certain age you say you are, and then if you say you're over a certain age, it like limits the amount of interactions you can have. And if it's like a kid only space, like they're not going to want a bunch of adults in there, you know?
There was a cool like that Gatsby's bar in Horizon Worlds. There was a cool age verifier. You hold this floating bar, and then you have to stretch your arms as far as you can, and it measures your wingspan, which is for most adults, right? It's too long of a wingspan to be a child. I thought that was interesting.
Respond. It took me like 10 minutes to figure out how to enter. I'm like, what do I do? They've definitely childproofed it all right.
You need a tour guide. You need like a 4 or 5 or 7-year-old tour guide to help you in because that helps.
Yeah. I was kind of embarrassed. No, I had to get it. And Rasad couldn't help me because he couldn't talk.
Yeah, I was just standing there looking at her, stretching my arms out.
So, Seed, I see that you've got something. Is there something going on tonight? Did I see that right at your parcel?
Yeah, I switched it to Saturday night because my daughter is she's going to Turkish school on Saturdays. So I end up just having like a really bad red eye on Saturday morning when I have to get her ready at the crack of dawn. So I was like, I'll just try Saturday night out and just see how it is. I've never done Saturday nights before, but I can play that song one more Saturday night every Saturday. One more Saturday night is the song. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, so I was just talking to Madamus about like what does Roblox do? And apparently they have external servers that they use, I guess, to make it work more efficiently. And I guess with Decentraland, we're running it on our own computers in a sense. I'm not sure. I don't really know enough about it to really talk about it, but it's just something that I think about. I know I say this every time I come up here, but I I kind of understand that maybe the reason is because it's Decentraland and they want it to be decentralized. I don't know if that makes any sense, but maybe.
No, it totally does. Morph is always talking about the like things that make building in Decentraland harder. Is that it's decentralized? Is that it's like anon? Like those do make it harder. Like it's easy for a centralized entity like whoever's behind Nifty Island to make a better product because they don't have to make all the concessions that being open and easier to build on in a decentralized way, creates. So yeah, you're not crazy. And
Yeah,
that was
so
what you said.
I mean that to me, I personally just love the concept around decentralization and like the closer we can get to that idea, the better. And I mean, I'd rather trade all this other stuff. Like if I crash once or twice, like I don't really care personally, but I guess some people they just don't care about decentralization in the same sense. So to them, it's not really worth it. So I feel like as time goes by, people will maybe we need to focus more on that specific element that's the why, that's the why, like that's why it is the way that it is. And it's better to build that way and figure out a way to make that be the center, you know of the whole purpose around the world and the all the things in it. I just feel like in the long term, like people will just start recognizing like what that word actually means. As of now, it doesn't seem like a lot of people really care to even learn about it, but I'm still learning too. I mean, I'm definitely still learning.
Feel like it's one of those things that people will like jump on the bandwagon until like it's like an obstacle, then they're like, I don't like this anymore.
Yeah, it's always like, I hate going down that route. Like, if you have like a celebrity or something that's like, oh, I'm gonna be into Decentraland tonight, then all of a sudden, but it's just so annoying that that is kind of the attraction for some people. Like, unless they see that, they don't consider it to be worthy of their time, which makes no sense to me. I feel like a lot of people are just brainwashed, and we're doing stuff that goes against that old
Am I
way.
rugging?
Oh my God, I
Yeah,
might be
Seed
Yeah.
rugging.
is talking
No,
something.
no. Yeah.
I heard both of them.
I'm like in a car, so I don't know if my phone is working really.
I mean, I feel like the influencer thing is just the modern day version of like planting a product to an alpha student at a school to get it to trend. It just works, has always worked, and is the easiest means of marketing a product by any company. So that's something we need to do more of. We need to get more influencers involved in Decentraland, but first we need to have a product that's easy to onboard and works. You know.
Yeah, we need influencers to shit on other metaverses.
Also, play to airdrop is just repackaged play to earn. And I don't know why everyone's like so excited about it. Like one person will be like, play to earn's a Ponzi. Play to airdrop though, that's sustainable and brilliant.
Jared, can I expect for you to like make a meme like the like play to earn and it's like the no like get away and then it's like the play to airdrop and it's like the yeah.
I will
I think
absolutely go to a Drake meme generator right now. Yes.
Well, I don't understand.
But what about the
thank
DAO proposal that predict to earn? It's not gambling; it's predicting to earn. I like that one.
I didn't see that one.
It's there.
Like play to build, that could be a thing. Give people some plots, or do like a little competition.
Well, that's kind of what's happening on Nifty Island right now. What bums me out is like you have this 100 avatars, this wonderful 100 avatars thing brought to Decentraland, in the last few days. Exceptional avatar skins. You play a game to earn it. You earn it, and then flippers go and list it at less than a mana each. Like, why do they price themselves so low? I don't understand that. Like, you can control the floor, price it high, and then leave it there. But I guess that's the way of humanity.
I want to blame Mary Shark because that's the only NFT flipper I know by name. Mary Shark's usually pretty good about not undercutting themselves into oblivion. So I'm not sure who's doing this. I'll be Mary Shark. There's no hate from me. You've always been kind when I place a bid on one of your things. You're always like, okay, fine.
How many?
Mary Shark.
Go ahead, son.
I was gonna say I've seen Mary Shark flip some Mew bubbles like and make some nice profit on all of them.
Yeah, it's like exactly why I was like, Mary Shark's not the right person to call out by name on this one because if anything, Mary Shark's the one who's going like, why are these idiots listed at 1 mana? I'll buy them all and list them for 10. You fools.
Mary Shark is like the new fancy.
Have any of you collectors bought a heavily low listed wearable for higher than a mana when it was listed 0.4 because then you don't have to switch to Polygon and pay the gas fees?
Yes, I have. Has anybody tried to buy something that was listed at like 0.03, but it automatically took you to a different listing for 30 mana? because I had that
No.
happen. And I'm like,
What?
wait a second. Like somebody had one listed for 30.
That's crazy.
And then there
I
was
never
like,
saw that.
the floor. I won't say what it is because it's made by somebody here, but it was like, yeah, so I supported my friend and they got 30 mana instead of half a mana. I was like, wow.
The
That one's on me.
the DCL marketplace is in beta, Canessa.
It
Is
has
it?
gotten better. They
Okay.
have made it easier to like not accidentally buy free wearables for markups. That part's nice. I don't know if they, because like it used to just be like if you click a thing, it'd be like you just see it and be like, oh, for 1 mana, that's not bad. And like later you find out it's absolutely free if you had just gone to the other section. So at least that part's gotten fixed. I'm sure there are still lots of like bad UX and UI experiences to be had, but at least that part isn't quite as upsetting.
Well, Fancy and I probably have stories. There's probably a. Yep. Go ahead, Zesty. Save us.
Oh, I came up to ask Sin a question. Since when was obvious view bot? Since when were obvious view botters influencers? When did that transition happen?
Who are we disrespecting now?
Body Wi-Fi. Who else?
Listen, man, he paid good money. He made as a lawyer to do a spot with Snoop. Okay, like.
I
Vanessa,
don't know,
let you
man.
take this one.
Sipping for Soldier Boy was a bad look, but then looking at the engagement numbers, it's just it was just too obvious.
I think who we need is Britney Spears. I hope I'm not rugging. I'm driving through.
I can hear you.
No, we got
Oh, I
you.
heard you.
See, there's the perfect double knife wearable for her if she ever comes in.
It's perfect. Like I feel like she would fall in love with it. I don't know why. I one day where she was there, but I still to this day don't know if it was her. Oh my god, I love her so much. Gotta bring the Brit.
I will say, as a person with absolute garbage internet, I have the Nifty Island launcher has downloaded and been installing it seemingly pretty quickly. I'm just now paranoid that I went to like the wrong website. And
It
it's
takes
actually
a while
installing
to
like
actually play the game though, because I guess like sometimes there's too many users or something.
I don't even know I want to play. I just, in the same way I was told I couldn't badmouth the summit if I didn't apply. I need to make sure I at least check out and to be fair, it actually looks like a perfectly fun and enjoyable experience. I really just don't enjoy what appears to be their marketing strategy, which is just disrespect everyone else in the space. But I guess if it
I'd
works,
say,
it
Mariana,
works.
have you tried it yet, Mariana?
Sorry, what are we talking about?
Nifty
Have you done a
Island.
Nifty
Oh,
Island?
yeah, I have. I played
Okay.
like I was whitelisted too, like a month ago, but I was too busy to try it out. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I've been not taking advantage of the Vipe ability to get whitelisted for this for months. So the fact that I'm playing it now makes me kind of annoyed at
no,
myself.
it's very seamless. No, like and I don't really build too much in Decentraland in terms of like the builder, but I actually really enjoyed their very intuitive, simple, not even simple, but like just I don't know, everything's just easy to click in Nifty Island, and there's like so many like assets you can like make for your island. So
Did it make you did it make you nauseous at all? Because like I walked like 50 steps and I'm stopping. I'm like, wait a second.
oh, actually, the one thing. So I'm not really a ASDW fanatic, I guess. Like I always like in Decentraland, I always use my up, down, left, right keys. So that's like the only thing I have to get used to is having to actually
What?
use.
Yeah. So you use your right hand to move?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
What?
So,
No,
That's turned into an intervention.
you've said some crazy things to me.
Forget about Nifty
This
Island.
is the craziest.
Talk to me about this right hand movement.
because I don't use a mouse.
When you drive,
She
do you
doesn't use
keep
a
one
mouse
foot on
either?
the brake and one foot on the gas? What? You don't
Wait,
use the
what?
mouse?
Y'all,
Do
there
Guys,
is
you,
up, down,
this
left,
shouldn't
right
be surprised,
buttons.
dude. I'm not a gamer.
do you use the touchpad?
Listen,
Yeah.
we love you. This is
Mariana,
a
I would
safe
like to talk to
space.
you in the back end about this.
But
It's the
I am
same thing on
concerned.
the right hand side. WASD is just up, down, left, right.
It's
Yeah,
just
but it's the
it's
On the
wrong
like
hand.
directional
the
pad.
same
It's the
thing,
wrong
but
hand.
it's just it's all the way on the left side of the
You
keyboard.
try to do it now.
Well, somebody who
Mouse with
does
your
nail
left
art,
hand and move with your right hand. It's impossible.
Yeah,
I'm getting used to it now, but it's just that was a
the only reason to use the arrow keys would be if you're wearing CK made nails, because then you won't be clicking into the other things. That's the only way I can co-sign this. It's chaos.
Oh, I was just saying, as a nail artist who has to work with both hands on myself, like I see no problem with the right-handed moving.
But
yeah.
can you
So
do it with your
I
feet? Is the real question.
I haven't tried that.
but yeah, so I will not be playing any games in the island because I cannot.
I saw that Risk has a Nifty Island build, the old school Decentraland builder, and it's pretty wild what he's made there.
He's on the DAO committee. I don't think that you can't get that. He needs a better intro than old school DCL builder. He's a DAO employee.
I don't care about the DAO. I care about the creators.
He's also a Rob L.
about
Lackey.
the builders, and he's an OG builder.
He's a Rob L. Lackey profiting off the stolen dreams of thousands of people or hundreds of people. But he's probably
Okay,
fine.
let's not use the platform to shit on everybody. If you
his work
have
is
a personal
lovely.
grievance,
His work is
let's
great,
not
but
do it here.
I didn't shit
What
on
I
him.
would
I'm
say
stating
about
facts.
I
His
would say
work is
about
great.
Risk is that he's a builder. To my knowledge, he is the first person to build like a roller coaster and a teacup ride and a Ferris wheel. Like all those rides at his park are pretty dope. So
Yeah.
I guess that
In
I could
District
see
X
your
on the back of
reason.
Broken Promises.
Well, I mean, my build is in District X too, so.
But they stole that, and you didn't even know it until years later.
Yeah, well, I don't know how it got there. I don't know if I don't think he stole it. I think it was the foundation gave it. So, but I did get to the top of my island, and now I'm not as nauseous, Mariana. But those first few steps, like definitely, I don't know. Like it's weird because Roblox, I don't like playing either because I get like vomity. Like I don't. It just does not feel good. But Decentraland doesn't. So I'm like, what is it? What is it like? The speed of the spatial awareness, or what? Why is Decentraland so different? Because I've never gotten like nauseous from Decentraland, but I don't know. This is pretty cute.
It took me a while to figure out how to double jump to get past.
See, I missed that because in Fortnite you can just double jump and like climb stuff, and then I go to Decentraland. Like literally, I was trying to get into the Wonder Zone. I walk up to the wall and like double jump so I can jump over it with my AR, and like I'm like, oh. It doesn't work. Gravity works here.
Silly
And I don't have a
Canesta, you
weapon.
need Derek wings.
I know, I do need Derek wings.
Switch to right hand.
Where's that proposal? Where DCL absolutely needs double jump. I'm full support of their proposing double jump for DCL.
Yeah, double jump would be awesome. And a slide. Okay, I want a slide. I want the Fortnite slide. I'm not gonna be happy until I have two sons and a Fortnite slide, basically.
So I'm noticing that it is 3:50 p.m. Eastern right now. I believe True Band Room kicks off at 4 p.m. Am I correct?
Yes. So we got to wrap this up in 10 minutes.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Yes.
11 minutes.
Too long.
Food is
Bye,
nice.
everybody.
Food is nice. I haven't had any of that.
Have fun in Spottyland, guys. Enjoy your time.
I did see Cowboy up. I'm gonna pass him the mic over for a second for him to say hello and anything he wanted to say. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, Cinephool? I appreciate the love, man. Yeah, I just been like on and off calls. I was gonna like come up and say something earlier about a topic that was going back and forth, and then I jumped on the call, and then the whole thing changed. But I appreciate you thinking about me, man.
Yeah, man. Much love, much love. Do you have any final thoughts or like anything that you would like to share with anyone? Just as your closing thoughts before we close.
Yeah,
Wow,
that for sure. If you plan on coming to NFT NYC. I'm trying to put together a little Decentraland event, in real life event, and we're definitely talking to a few people like Stony to come out and DJ, and then we'll stream it also in Decentraland. And I know some of you guys do come out. I met like CC last year, CK, a bunch of people, Bio, so I know there's definitely going to be some family out. So soon I'll be promoting that. Once I get my ducks in a row and get everything tightened up, you'll start to see that come down your timeline for sure.
Nice, nice. Yeah, you do have a lot of the Centraland family, like in New York, or like not even if it's not just New York, then like all around that like same East Coast region. So yeah, I'm sure you'll have some peeps come out, show some love. You may even meet some new individuals as well. um yeah, whenever you start like promo on that, like, just hit me up and let me know, and we'll see it. I'll see how I can help you get the word out.
I appreciate that. It's going to be a free event, so you're just going to have to just mint a free NFT ticket to it, and download the token app, so we can scan it when you come. And that's it, man. Everything else, so we're, just to give you a little hint, we're talking to Stony. I think definitely Stony's going to be coming, and a couple other people like Eunice, Melody, Violetta. So I'm talking to a few really good artists, casually too. If anybody else is an artist in the audience, and definitely you can DM me if you're coming out. We would definitely love you to perform. And so we're just gonna, see what we can do, and at least have DCL have a presence at NFT
Hmm.
Week.
Nice, nice. Yeah, so from those names that you were mentioning, it's expanding even beyond DCL. It's you inviting the Web3 community. Let's go. Casually is dope as fuck. I've heard his music before. He's been on this space like previously and shared some of his music. Um so yeah, I do appreciate Casually, and yeah, just let me know, cowboy.
And I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I just want to get everything together before I start promoting it. So it's just gonna be mint the ticket, and that's it. And everything else is everyone's already booked, and it's all ready to go. We just got to promote it.
Hmm. Nice, nice. Well, looking forward to it. I'll pass the mic over to the Centraland Pope
Oh, hey. I
for a
guess
quick.
that's me. Shit. Um, yeah. Final thoughts. View botters are not influencers, and when you accept offers on OpenSea, make sure of the currency the offer is in. Saw somebody get burned by that this morning.
Accepting what?
Uh, I guess they thought the offers were in ETH, but they were actually in Matic. So instead,
That's how you get them backs for cheap.
yeah, so instead of paying about $90 worth of coins, they paid like 2 cents. Or yeah, yeah.
Oh, whoa. Yep. Okay. Yes.
Who got
Yes.
got?
Yeah,
Whenever accepting offers, make sure to view the
yeah.
currency before. Holy crap. Well, thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Metapope. Wait, that is one of your names, right?
No, I meant it Cyber Pope.
Cyber Pope. Yeah, who was it that said that? We were in Genesis Plaza and
I
like someone
I don't
just
know, but I was like, fuck, I need to mint that before someone else does.
yeah, yep,
And part of that deal was
yep.
part of the deal with the Pope drip was I got Space Pope as a name too.
Oh, that's you too. For some reason, I thought that was
It
bacon
was.
grease.
I did a we did an over the counter deal.
Okay, okay, nice,
Zesty
nice.
is Bacon Grease's personal exit liquid.
I
uh,
prefer exit
well,
liquidity
thank
patty, but okay.
you have 24 hours to mint. Thank you, Zesty, for coming up. I'll pass it over to CK. Any final
Um,
thoughts?
yeah, Cowboy, VJ Deliria is in the area, so you should definitely consider her. She performs a lot, and does a lot of cool stuff. Other than that, happy to see y'all and see you guys Monday to watch Drag Race.
Hey, who did you say? Like
VJ Deliria.
DJ. DM me her
It's
like
VJ, like video. She does videos
like
with her
if you
music.
can DM me her handle so I can just,
Yeah,
follow her or see if I'm
definitely.
following her.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
appreciate that so much. And I'll
Yep,
definitely reach out to her.
yep. And thank you, host. Appreciate you guys. Love y'all.
Thank you, CK. Or should I say Metaverse Threes?
I'm
uh,
usually hosting on the account anyway, so either way.
what time Metaverse Threes next week?
2 p.m. Eastern is the keynote panel that we're doing on fostering community and building relationships.
On Thursday, correct?
Thursday, yes.
Thursday, 2 p.m. Eastern. Got it.
Yep. You should see it on the graphics that they posted. They posted the 3-day lineup. So you'll see it on there on Thursday.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, thank you for popping up, CK. I thought I saw Seed's hand go up for a sec.
Yeah, I just realized my connection might not be great, but I'm gonna try to test it. Do you guys hear me?
We hear you.
Because that
We
entire
hear you. A
time
little choppy,
someone
but we're getting most of it.
was speaking. Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of spaced out a little bit, but I wanted to just let everyone know that we are having an event tonight at Seed, and it starts at 11 EST, and Abel is actually joining us. So that's going to be really cool. And then we have CJ, and I'm sorry, CG and Madamis and I. So if anyone ever wants to join us and perform, just let me know. I turned my Teams on, but for some weird reason, it seems like it's not working for now. You can always write something or, under another post and I'll notice it. But yeah, so I just wanted to let you guys know about that. I don't know kind of like what else is going on tonight. Are there any other events that you guys know about that I might not be aware of?
I think ABC Decentraland is this afternoon. And
6 p.m.
then,
Eastern.
yeah. So you could just stay on the metaverse the entire day. You never have to
Yep.
leave.
Basically, like Crover starts now, he'll like run indefinitely. Basically, usually like my Saturday routine has been like head to True for Crover after this space, then I just jump into ABC, and then if I'm feeling it, I'll go back to True. If I'm not, I go pew pews or something. But tonight we can expect Seed to be lively at 11 p.m. Eastern. I did pin the tweet up at the top, and for like anyone that like would like to come back to the space in the future, like I did drop it in the comments, so you could find it there as well. Thank you, Seed, for coming up. It's always nice to hear from you. Is Seed speaking?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, I
It's
see the
always
mic
nice
off.
to
That's
hang
what I
out
was
with
at.
you guys. And I'd
Now she's speaking.
love to. Yeah, I don't know. My,
Seed is having some technical issues with the
I
internet, but
totally
yeah. So
drugged.
just make sure to head over to Seed later tonight. Yeah, Shelly and I actually interviewed Abel on Wednesday, and amazing person and amazing like creator. I'm actually looking forward to the show. I'll pass the mic over to Quan. Quan, I saw you come up.
Hey guys, yeah, real quick. Just want to say, keep having these spaces. Y'all are doing such a great job. It's really, really awesome. Hearing these types of conversations being held continuously in these spaces. So keep up the good work, guys. Thank you guys for letting me on stage. What's up to everybody? All the speakers, C, Tom, Metaverse Three, Mariana, Zesty, Jared. What's up, guys? I do want to say after the Metaverse 3 that's at 2 p.m. on Thursday EST, we do have Vibe Hype happening at 5 p.m. CST that same day. So right after the Metaverse 3, come on over to Vibe Hype. This next Vibe Hype is going to be super special, guys, because we will have the founder of Nifty Island on stage speaking with us. So if you guys have any questions, Jared, if you want to FUD, uh, just kidding, bro. But if you guys have any questions or you guys want to, just pop in for that spaces, please do so. Again, it's next Thursday at 5 p.m. CST. Otherwise, guys, keep building, keep being great. I love you guys. Peace
I mean, is he taking applicants for budding Decentraland? Because I'll take a check to fund Decentraland.
out. You can ask him. You can ask him on Thursday, fam.
I I mean, at this point, like I would say, Jared could be like a top ranking applicant there. Like
Esteban
Jared does it for
accused me of
free.
getting paid to fund Decentraland. I'm just saying,
You've
I
been
am
working
doing
pro
professional level
bono.
work for free. I'm just saying, hook me up.
Hook him up, Quan. Hook him up.
I got you, bro. I got you. Appreciate you guys letting me on stage again.
Matt love Quan. Love thank you for coming up earlier and engaging in the VRM conversation. You really do drop some alpha, drop knowledge and say it so exquisitely and well put together for even listeners that don't know what we're talking about to kind of like, gain some interest and start looking into it.
Appreciate you, Sin. Appreciate you, Sin. Well, you guys make it feel comfortable to be on stage and talk like that. So I appreciate you guys being great hosts and allowing me on stage and stuff. So yeah, I mean, let's get it. Let's get it, guys.
Yep. Oh yeah. After the Metaverse 3, that is a Twitter space, right?
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
that is a Twitter space.
Yeah, we stream it too to all the platforms, but yeah, it's primarily a Twitter space.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. I'm gonna keep an eye out on that one. Jared, final thoughts, comments, concerns.
I got nothing left. I left it out a lot on the field. This is a great time to buy some Decentral Games ice wearables. Pump my bags, please. Please come get my. No, that is not financial advice. That's just hope and optimism. But anyway, no, I got nothing.
Thank you, Jared. And I'll pass it over to Mariana for some CPA, tips and tricks on how not to end up in federal prison for crypto.
Haha.
Final thoughts, Mariana.
I mean, tax season is coming up, so we should actually have the conversation soon. But stay hydrated in VR. That's the only thing I can say. And don't eat too much before VR either. But yeah, and if anyone ever wants to join or go on a VR adventure, just let me know, let Rastan know, and we can arrange a little trip. Thank you.
Mariana, by you saying that like tax season's coming up, I believe last year
Yeah.
what was it that did we have Prager around?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll hit up Prager and see if they'll come back and give us some expert knowledge.
Yeah, and so much has changed a little bit since last year. But I mean, it's not that bad to file crypto taxes. Just at least in the USA. I mean, like I know what to speak on for USA, but not so sure about international tax. But yeah,
I'm always under the impression that it's like whatever the USA laws are anywhere outside the USA are going to be more lenient.
yeah. In each country, I mean, at the end of the day, it's pretty much just capital gains and losses, pretty much. So, but we can talk about that boring stuff later.
All
Remember,
right.
guys,
Well,
if they don't pay your taxes on your web, they can't find your ice. They don't know about that. Your wearables, don't pay taxes on that. That's outrageous. Make them ask for it. Don't
What
volunteer
are
that.
wearables?
Yeah. You mean my skins? They ain't taxing your skins.
I mean, it's like if it doesn't go out into your bank account, then it's not realized. So yeah, like it only matters when you cash it out. But if you have these wearables floating, it doesn't.
That's right.
Yeah.
I have to make money before they care. That's the truth. All I have is
Yeah,
unrealized
you have to
losses.
cash
None of us
out.
have to worry about that, so we're fine.
Right, exactly. We have like thousands of wearables that were just, it's not going anywhere.
They can't tax me for my clothes in real life. They won't tax me for my clothes in the digital world.
Does that mean they owe us money if all we've done is had losses?
I wish that's how it worked, right?
Plot
Yeah, no,
twist.
it just goes against your AGI.
Dang.
Someday,
we know what
I'm
that
gonna make a
means.
lot of money, and I will be able to sell the NFTs I minted for way too much, and that'll all balance out.
Into your taxes. uh, I'll pass the mic back over to Cowboy. I see that your hand went up.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say to Jared that I'm sitting on 127 in ice from playing poker. So I'm not doing two bags. So hopefully, they pump my bags too, man.
You're about to have bag soon instead of ice.
It depends. He still has to pass the vote that Miles has enough VP to definitely make sure passes, and since Gabe is on board, I think that will pass. And I think I want to be a bag holder. I'm already a bag holder. At least meme it to profitability, okay? Like let's get the meme train rolling. Think about some good bag memes. The logo's really good. They made some good art for it. Listen, we're gonna 2025, folks. That's when I'm gonna finally not regret the decisions I made in 2021. I feel it. I feel good about it. Believe me.
2025, new year, new me.
Yeah. Maybe late 2024, but by 2025 for sure, all us bag holders will be laughing all the way to the bank. That's when I'll worry about the tax man.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, if the bank's involved, then the tax man's coming. Let's see, who have I not? I guess we're down to my lovely co-host, Kanessa. Final thoughts, comments, concerns, any complaints, please direct them to the HR department, which you are the HR department.
Yeah, I do actually. I have like probably a whole topic we could talk about, but I'll just throw it out there real quick and we can hit on it last week. I heard there was a DJ who had their music set like recycled this week, and that's a big no-no. In case anybody doesn't know that, if you buy a set, you can't you can use that once. And like that's whatever the terms of the DJ, hopefully you've set that up ahead of time, but those are not in my understanding, though. It's not ethical to like play that on your own, have like another party on your land on your own. And I guess that happened this week, and it's yeah, I don't know. I guess if you don't know, now you know. It's not cool. It's yeah, it's kind of cringe. So don't do that. Don't be recycling. Don't upcycle. Our DJs, I don't know, they work hard, so take care of them. And on that note, yeah, we'll see what this next week brings our way. Take care of yourself and take care of others.
I mean, I love Buffalo, but if I paid $300 for a set, I'm using it twice. That's all I'm saying. I'm using it twice. Sorry, Buff.
No, I'm not talking about Buffalo. And
no, it was Steve, right? Steve was the one who got
it. Don't. You got to get better at like.
He tweeted about it.
Shutting the name. Okay, like, well, then let people connect the dots. But you got to stop doing that.
It's not like it was DM'd information. He tweeted about it.
Okay.
He never did tell
I
us who screwed him
guess
over.
So. Allegedly. I like that word. Allegedly gets used a lot. That's such a fun word. So yeah,
Allegedly.
I don't know. That's all I got.
Thank you. Yeah, and to everyone that's been just hanging out with us the whole time, thank you for so much for your time. And for those that have been hanging out since before the space, during our fight night and Abu Dhabi event, I really appreciate you. And, thank you for popping in. Thank you for making our metaverse fight experience what it was. for those of you that were in the room, like you all, we all had a blast. We were just vibing, having fun, and just talking about the fight. Awesome experience, and thank you. And just remember that tomorrow, Sunday at 2 p.m. UTC, 9 a.m. Eastern, and 6 a.m. Pacific. We will be continuing the fights. Tomorrow, the second fighter that Bucktown MMA is sponsoring, his name is Alfredo. He will be fighting, I believe, in the seventh fight of the card. So yeah, tune in. Let's cheer Alfredo on and hope he gets that win in Abu Dhabi. Thank you, everyone. Take care, and yeah, act natural. See you next week. Let's head over to Crover's Twitter space. I know that Crover does both the Twitter space, and he is streaming to the True Band Room. So yeah, pull up, show him some love. Let's let's fucking go. Bye, everyone. Love you all.
Alrighty. I'm back. That was a fun space, very long space. Time, I guess, for us to head over to True Band Room. Someone dropped the chords while I make the shout outs to all the homies, because the homies came through today. Like, I mean, we got Steve Sai in the house right here. We be chilling. We got Toxic Waifu. She's been out here since like 9 a.m. my time. Like, yo, where the fights at? Then we got Helen. Thank you for being here, Helen. We got our boy. Well, I know what his normal name is, but let's see what he's rocking right now. He's rocking Unbreakable. Our boy Unbreakable in the building, rocking his chains. Kanessa, awesome job hosting today. We got Bitfiend in the building, smoking his joint. we got Scat chilling as well. The lovely KJ. We got this Mew guy over here. His ears look soft. And thank you, M. Thank you, M, for being here. Really appreciate everyone's time. And yeah, let's head over to True Band Room. I'll throw a little bit of music on and start spamming the whatchamacallit, the coordinates. I thought I saw the Anku around here too. If you're still listening, the Anku, thank you for pulling in. Alrighty. Oh fuck. Yo, why is it that every time I start my music, it always goes to the song? So weird. Alright.
Yeah, look at this shit I've been going through lately. I never sleep. I got my foot to the pavement, my pen to the pad like I'm dying tomorrow.
Oh snap, my boy Cozy's still here. Let's go. Yo, Cozy.
And I'ma be chilling with Biggie and Poe when the gates open up. I was made for this rap shit. Ain't nothing else working for me. I came at it.
Yo, Cozy, we out here for fights tomorrow? Let's go. Alright, let's head over to True. I think the coordinates are 177. Yep, that is it.
Bitch, praise the God I found the light. It's my obligation to bring the real shit to the nation. And though I'm impatient, I know that in due time I'ma get it. Yeah, all these bitches acting timid. Nah, I'ma run through it with choppers and put my whole dick in the industry. Fuck what they think of me. I'm going down in the history books. Greatest to step to the mic. Look, I've been studying opponents and cooking components to be the best ever. I'm on it. So when you see me, better give me respect. BDS will put a pody on neck. Pull the fucking trigger. Yeah, that's how you living. Life is full of lemons. Make a yellow pepper, bitch. My brother, but how many of them would take a bullet for your joy? I die for my brother, but how many of them will take a bullet for your joy? I die for my brother, but how many of them will take a bullet for your joy? Yeah, I die for my brother, but how many of them will take a bullet for you? Take a bullet for you. One rapper, two rapper, three rapper, four. All these bodies in my closet, I know that most of my favorite rappers wasn't spitting like me at the age of 19. Make a motherfucker think that my idols my rivals, and I never lose, so my idols get slaughtered and thrown in the trenches.